minutes till we get everything.
What's the name of it?
PIA radio show, Paranormal
Intelligence Agency.
Yeah,
right.
Just PIA show.
Well, it was funny because, like, I mean, you forget I did an event for years called PIA. So every time I think about the name of his show, I'm like, oh shit, what's the acronym stand for? Because I always wanted to say what it stood for here, which was Paranormal Information Association.
Yeah. And probably some group out there has this as well, you know.
Oh, you know, it's kind of a common acronym, but you know, tis what it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll need to finish up.
We'll
need to finish up by like the 54-minute mark because I started our call a little early.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Yep. What time are his breaks? I'm thinking on the half.
25-minute mark. That's it.
25.
He only has one break.
Okay. Yeah, because I see we're down both Dave and Mark tonight.
Mark's not coming in tonight either?
I thought I saw his thing, a message, and I thought you responded to it. At Mark Edworthy?
Oh, I thought that was Dave.
No, that was Mark Edworthy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, shit, I hope Vicky comes in tonight. Otherwise, it's me and Roger and Rafi if he jumps on.
Oh, MC should be along too. So
cool. Good.
Don't forget about him. And I forgot, I told to tell you too, I have Wobbly coming in. Wobbly's been with us before. The Navy vet that does a morning show on Kick.
You know who's been like hitting me up every day is Phil Summers.
Yeah.
Talking politics.
Well, you know, if he's available, just bring him in, you know. Phil wants to talk politics. He wants to have a show, but, you know, I've been trying to get him to, you know, make a banner and tell me a day that he'd try to like to do it on and this, that, and the other. And we haven't got that far yet, you know.
I was going to say, if I'm going to gauge Phil, he's trying to get himself current. Like, he's going through an awakening process, which is very interesting. Because he's late to it. And I'm not going to tell him that. He's late.
30 seconds, and then I'll get you going here for the show. Do. Yeah. Yeah, I like Phil. I've been talking to him quite a bit in between. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
And good evening, everybody. For my opening moment, I'm going to say the word "sork." Bet you thought I was Jack Carey. Not really. Wrong answer. Jack has taken the evening off. He has some personal things to attend to, and he has asked me to step in and host the show for the night. My name is the Wiccan Vixen, otherwise known as Nancy Planeta. I host a show on here on this network at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, we're working off 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and welcome to the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. PIA is the acronym, and it was funny because when I came on the air right before, I was saying to Mark, our producer, you know, I know so many different things with the acronym PIA. I refresh me here. What's Jack's acronym stand for? But I should have known better because Jack is somebody that I have followed for a very long time. I have deep respect for him. I call him a friend, and I do that with great honor and great humility. He's a very intelligent man. He gave a good portion of his life to service of this country. And the rest of his life, he is kind of devoted to bringing people information that they otherwise would not know. And being an OG in that field where we dabble in conspiracies, we speak about things that people don't dare to speak about. I can tell you it is not an easy path. It's not. It is a path where even the most well-educated are demeaned. They are ridiculed. They are hunted down. They are literally anything they could do to deface your research, they will do it. All in an attempt to hide what? And that is a discussion I've had with Jack before. What are they so afraid of? I mean, we give credit to the fact that a large portion of the population, I mean, people who listen to radio shows, people who read, people who research, okay, we are a minority. Just going to put that out there to y'all. We are truly a minority. And I think when governments began to put together social media platforms, and yes, I said it because that's not even a conspiracy, that's a truth. The government was behind Facebook. The government was definitely behind, buying out MySpace, which, by the way, was run by a private entity. And I miss it desperately because to me, it was an incredible way to not just communicate and express yourself, but to learn. You learned how to it was kind of like the IRC, Internet Relay Chat. To survive, you had to learn. And I think that's kind of the best way to float sometimes. But yeah, I mean, they kind of messed up with that a little bit. I think they did it in order to control population perspective and perception. But what they didn't realize is that by doing that, they only controlled it so much. Because for every person they had running on their side, there was somebody else who was running on the outside. I mean, the one thing I will say about the internet, since its inception, there have been loopholes. There have been outsiders. There have been those who were basically part of the foundation bricks and building of the actual system we're using, who knew how powerful it could become. And they knew enough to put loopholes in. They knew enough to keep areas of the internet, of the web that could not be infiltrated very easily. We'll just put it that way. And they did that on purpose. Why? Because of the battles you see now. The way they use the powers that be use the internet to stir up fear, to stir up anger, to stir up discontent, to separate people. You would have thought that the World Wide Web, or as I like to call it, the information superhighway, would have been used, if it was done with good intention, to unite people. But it was used to unite cliques, not people as a whole, but little fundamental groups that, once given a little bit of empowerment, they went hog wild with it. Case in point, COVID. When the COVID lockdowns occurred, what happened? We all saw it. There were gangs of groups on the internet who would, if you said anything that questioned that narrative, they just went loose on you. And they were backed by the powers that be, because if you got reported, your freaking social media account. I know I lost multiple social media accounts. Mark will back me up on that, because I'm not one who would be silenced. But, people, again, question it because of the way the narrative went. And somebody like me, because I'm in technology, folks. Those of you who don't know me, I have a long-standing history in technology. I've been on it since pretty much its inception. Know it pretty well. It's like a second nature to me, which is kind of scary, not going to lie. It is kind of freaky that it's like learning a language. It's like when people learn Spanish when they're very little. Well, I learned to code. So it's literally a second nature to me. When I look at how things have developed and how it's been used and how obvious some of this stuff is, and that yet people don't see it, it's given a platform to people who should never have a platform. They're mentally ill. There's no getting around it. There's no skating it. There's no redefining it. There's normalcy, and then there's mental illness. Now, I'm not saying that sometimes that mental illness isn't misconstrued. Like, I am a firm believer that things like schizophrenia should, and I think it's misdiagnosed in many ways. I think those are probably people who have connections within their brain that allow them to see things that most do not. I had a very interesting discussion with somebody a few weeks ago about the spectrums of light and how we could actually probably divide our dimensional perceptions based off spectrums of light. Why? Because humans only see about 10% of what's actually around us. Bet you didn't know that. We literally only see 10%. Eyes only allow us to focus on certain spectrums. We're only allowed to see certain spectrums, not allowed, but we're built to see. But what most don't understand is that we actually have, and this is not a joke, and I'm not trying to be woo-woo. I am not a tree humping bunny hopper. No, that is not me, not at all. But I will tell you, we do have a third eye, and that is physically provable. That is something that science backs up. It is the pineal gland. And how do we know? Why was that nicknamed the third eye? Do any of you know? Has anybody bothered to look that up? Have you ever questioned the narrative of the third eye and why it was called that? It was called the third eye because it actually has cones. Your eyes, your actual visual eyes have what we call cones that allow you to narrow in and visually focus. It's part of the entire mechanical build of your eye that allows you to see. And here we have this itty bitty little nodule in our brain, like buried way deep in there, that has cones, just like your eyes do. The ancients, who I believe, again, I'm a very firm believer that society has risen and fallen, and the last time it happened, it was very intentional, and that they buried a lot of knowledge that they did not want us having, probably because they couldn't control it if we had that knowledge. So basically, it was a situation where we had, let's just say the ancient Egyptians would probably have been, I would say, the last of the groups that understood it, and towards their ending, that even that knowledge was being lost at that point in time. And I kind of put it back to the Ptolemy line, because the Ptolemy line was pretty much the last line of Egypt. And yeah, for those of you who thought Cleopatra was Black, she was not. She was Ptolemy. She was Greek. She had olive skin, kind of a mixture. Like I said, she was Mediterranean, but she was not Nubian. The Nubian kings were long ago driven from Egypt. They were your black rulers of Egypt, not the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies were Greek. But again, at the end of that Ptolemy reign, you started seeing a real, let's just say, fading of the truly scientific ancient beliefs. And I say scientific for a reason, because they were heavily based on what we call science. They saw it as the knowledge of the elite. They didn't call it science. They called it was their religion. And I always say that. It was how they viewed it. It was their religion. That's why when we look at their Parthenon or their pantheon, we look at even Greece, the surrounding areas, and we look at the types of gods and goddesses they worshipped. They're always hybrids. They're hybrids of humanity and animals, or they're always a mixture of things. And again, with a scientific mind looking at what now, I call them chimeras. They were chimeras. And I say, why is it so hard to wrap your mind around the fact that they were probably capable of that at that time period? Why would you block yourself from thinking that that knowledge could be not just lost, but 100% removed from our history and locked up away from us where we could not find it again? Why? Because when an intelligent society really grasps what it is and begins to move up, there's always drawbacks to it. And I've always said that. It's one of the foibles of humanity. Somebody's always going to want the power. No matter how many times I think humanity has reiterated, no matter how many times we go through processes of rising and falling, it happens every time. There's always this small group that has to control everything because they think they know better than everybody else. And that is the drawback of humanity. And we see it time after time after time after time. I mean, we could sit here and scratch our heads and look at the Great Pyramids and say, well, how did they do that? Really? I'm sure 1,000 years from now, somebody's going to look at the remains of like the Empire State Building, scratch their head, and say, now, how did they do that? They really didn't have the intelligence to do that. They didn't have the brain. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. They didn't have the capabilities we have now. It's like we keep repeating a pattern, and it's interesting because I know Jax touched on the Dogon last week, and there's actually two groups over in that area. You have the Dogon that are I believe right now they're in the peninsula area. They still exist, believe it or not, or what tribes who claim to connect to them. They are very nomadic. But there's another tribe over that go by the name of the Druze. And the Druze are another very, very, very ancient tribe with a lot of history to them. And I think they're very intricately interwoven into what we see happening now. And I say that for a reason, because I think what we're seeing right now, and I think many of you feel it. If you don't feel it, you're probably just too overwhelmed with everything going on, because I think that's part and part to the plans they have happening right now. We've got tremendous amount of influx of radiation, of EMF, all these frequencies that are really scrambling people, bothering them, keeping it hard or making it hard for people to focus down and just look at what's in front of them. I mean, they've done a good job over the past 20 years of faking reality. And Mark, I think you'll agree with me on that. We have a society that we don't know what's true or false. I mean, we've got rumors that Gilgamesh was discovered. We've got all these things that are rumors, and they'll come up with these paperwork pieces that kind of back up that something occurred. Was it Gilgamesh? Was Gilgamesh's tomb found in Iraq? Was that why the State Department did what it did? Was that why we had all this secrecy? And were they after the tomb of Gilgamesh? Was that what it was? But we can't say for sure yes or no. Why? Because there's been so many lies. It's funny. I call it the Johann van der Sloot syndrome. Some of you may remember about maybe 2 decades ago, there was a young woman down in, I believe it's the Bahamas. She went missing. Young blonde woman. I forget her name. But she went missing, and they pretty much knew who did it. And it was a judge's kid. And they arrested him, and they went through all these trials and tribulations. He ended up walking away. And I think it was 8 years later, he got arrested in South America for almost an identical crime. And they nailed him. He went to jail for it. But they had evidence against him in the Bahamas. They knew it was probably him. Even his friends said it was him. How did he get out of it? Do you know how he got out of it? He lied from day one. He lied to investigators so much that they couldn't get him in court because there was no way to discern the truth, because so many lies had been told. There was no way to say beyond the shadow of a doubt this young man was guilty because he had lied so many times. And that's what I see currently. There's so many lies that have been told. There's so many cover-ups that have happened. There's so much ancient history that has been taught to us incorrectly. There's so much going on at one time. It becomes almost impossible to discern what is truth, what is not, and what is actually happening. I mean, in the middle of everything, we've got ancient history that shows us that some kind of race came to our planet and interacted with our forefathers. And people, they took that history and they made a religion out of it, multiple religions out of it. And each religion had its own form of control and controlled certain amounts of information. And we had the Library of Alexandria, which supposedly housed incredible amounts of information that would have told us our true history, that would have given us enough to get a foothold on as to what happened. Why are we here? What are we? Because I can tell you, humanity, to me, is an amalgamation. We are most likely Okay, how else do I put it? Test tube babies. We were most likely developed in a lab. In fact, I've theorized many times that the Garden of Eden, the tail of the Garden of Eden, was actually a biolab. It was most likely a biolab, and Adam and Eve being taken from Adam's rib. What is that, guys? Come on, think about it. Look at the story. Put some real hard thought into that. What would you extract from the rib of another human or even an animal? What are you extracting? Genetics, stem cells, things that could build another. That's what you could extract. In fact, my other theory was that Lilith was failed experimentation. And therefore they moved her. They put her in a different area. They didn't want to destroy her. She got out of control. But again, Adam and Eve fits as a great story if you want to build faith. And, I know a lot of religions use that word very openly. You have to have faith. You have to have faith, they say, because they couldn't explain it. You have to have faith. But what if you could explain it? When you start saying things like you have to have faith, you stop looking for an answer. It's like throwing your hands up and saying, well, I'm just tossing it up to faith. No. You need to continue to look for an answer. And when you start seeing things that could match an answer, I think it's your duty as a human to question it further. What was the Garden of Eden? I mean, it's not just a story that relegates to one religion. It goes well back before, Judaism. And, that's another thing people never, ever question. Well, those were God's chosen. They were, the Jews. They, hey, it's their history. Well, yeah, but their history, it's predated. It started with the Sumerians. And that's just the written history that we can find. And I repeat that too, because guess what? Things like writing, even in stone, they go away in time. Things destroy them. Natural events, weathering. There are cataclysms that occur that will destroy all records, including currently what, we think that we have these in fact, I remember when the laser discs were coming out on computers, and there are sales techniques on these, and some of you are probably as old as I am and have been in tech as long as I have, and you'll remember this, where they say, oh, it'll last this many years, and it's forever. Put your pictures on it, put your videos on it, because it will last forever. You will have it forever. And yeah, then we found out it was like total shelf life of maybe 15 years if you're lucky, and if you scratched it, you were completely screwed. So what was promised was really not what was. But there's one thing that goes into history that does last for a very long time, and that is quartz. And I've said it many, many times. It's very interesting that when you read into ancient cultures, across the board, they all use their own form of quartz for one reason or another. They all did. North America, South America, the Middle East, Far East, European areas, they all use some kind of quartz, all in ceremonial type deals. I think some used it for acoustics, some used it for memory storage, because again, people don't understand. Quartz stores things. It's like, that's why it's used in microchips and computers. It is literally like an amount of storage area you can't even begin with. You can't even begin to, I guess, understand. And it's interesting because we've had Josh Shapiro on. I think Jack has had him on his show. I know I've had him on mine. And Josh is, he's what we call a keeper, where he has or a keeper of crystal skulls, multiple crystal skulls. And I know people question the narrative with that. They say, well, they're not. They can't all be genuine ancient crystal skulls. Of course they're not. I mean, some might be. I don't know. I'm not a person to judge that. But I can tell you that, no, most of them are not. But I don't know if their age really is something that should matter. Because the one thing with quartz, quartz stored in something and you put it next to another piece of quartz that has nothing stored in it, you can transfer information. It's a very interesting thought process. And a lot of people are very much drawn to it for a reason. Because, again, they've always, I think, occult practices have always looked at quartz or crystals as a means to protect themselves as well as to ground out. In other words, get rid of negative energy. I know as a witch myself, I can tell you I know quite a few witches who use quartz to ground out. In other words, they will displace their negative energy into the quartz, or in their perception, that's what they're doing. I've always been very partial to certain types of quartz. I can tell you that for a fact. Fluorite and rose quartz. For some reason, I'm very much drawn to them. Rose quartz very much calms me down. Don't know why. I can tell you I actually have a piece I've had since I was a child that I rub on. If I'm upset about something, I will rub on that piece of quartz. And I literally have a thumbprint rubbed into it. Couldn't explain why. But I can tell you that I've been told by people who study that it's because it's a natural attraction. It's something very deep in my genetics that is drawing me to those types of quartz. Again, I don't know if I give credit to that or not, but I can tell you that I live a life that is very strange. I have very strange coincidences that happen to me, and when I'm drawn to things, there's usually a big reason behind it that I find out well after the fact. Have no clue why I'm pulled to something, but then once I'm there, I end up doing things that show me exactly why I was pulled to something. And I think there are others out there. You're just like me, and I'm sure you're sitting there scratching your head saying, "Yeah, but what's the meaning of it?" Because I know I do that all the time. Why are we in this loop? And I'm going to call it a loop because in my mind, it's like we're repeating time over and over and over again until we figure this out. In fact, that's why I started on the premise I started on, because I know Jack touched on it last week, but I'm going to continue this after the break, but I really truly believe that we are in a loop, a time loop. And I really, really, really believe that until we get it right, we're going to continue the time loop. I think that's why deja vu is becoming more prevalent. I think that's why, the Mandela effect has become more prevalent. I think that's why a lot of things are happening. And I think, honest to goodness, I think it is run by an AI construct. And folks could tell you how deeply I feel this, because everything I see in the patterns shows me something that's algorithmic. But with that, I'm going to take us out to a break. When we return, I'm going to get a little more into why I think it's an algorithm. Hang in there, guys. We'll return with PIA Radio in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break. Good job, Nance.
Cool. Oh, I got to take something for my sinuses because they are stuffing.
I just talked to MC and Wobbly. They're both in different chats, and they'll both be ready when we take and get going.
Cool.
So for your show, so that'll be good. And hey, remember Joe?
Which one?
The one from Australia.
Oh God!
Yeah, he was on the show, and he did TV series down there and all sorts of things.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I was telling Censorship and the guys too, because I didn't know until like this weekend when I talked to Wobbly that he had passed away last year from cancer. So
I had heard
another one. Yeah.
I don't know where I had heard that, but I had heard he had passed away.
Okay.
I knew he was sick.
Yeah.
God, where did I see that he was sick? I had seen it somewhere, but I always questioned if it was the right person.
Yeah.
Because he was somebody that just like dropped off, like after his involvement with certain things, he just like disappeared.
Because it's you and me tonight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In here, we're not on a clock, okay? But we
Okay.
kind of are. So we'll take it up and past the showtime and till we switch over to your room, okay?
Okie dokie. That
All
sounds
right.
good.
Because that's normally how I do it with Jack too. But you're on the other end of it now, so I'm gonna let you know how we do it. Everything's going really good. Yeah. Sometimes he does a little bit of crypto corner on this next segment, but hey, oh well. You know,
Yeah.
Jack will fill that in the next week when he comes back.
Oh,
Everybody
you know,
asked what in the first show what happened to Jack, and I told him I said his nuclear silo that he had bought that up in the Four Corners area, and I didn't specify which area of the Four Corners it was. It was being invaded by radioactive chupacabras. Yeah, and he's fending them off with Daisy and the Sundance Kid. Yeah, those are his dogs.
nice.
And they were
Nice.
like, and Barry got all into it. I'm like, and John, he's not too much into that kind of stuff. He was like, but Barry kept it going. I'm like, well, yeah. You know, he does have a place up in the Four Corners area, and he claims that he broadcasts out of that's his new bunker. You know, out of an old missile silo.
Nice. Nice.
That's how he opens his show anymore. That's kind of funny though, but it works really great.
It actually reminds me of Big D.
Yeah, in a way.
But hey, I mean, if Jack can make it his own,
Yeah,
fucking hell yeah, do it.
He is making it his own, and the way he does it is very unique. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna see if I can get Soma on the show next week.
Okay.
She's Irish, and I've been on her show a couple times now. But you'll see, I actually cross-post her on Facebook now.
Okay.
But she's the one she believes she's a Pleiadian reincarnation. But dude, she's like crazy accurate with certain things where I'm like, I can't. And she keeps telling me she knows me, like from a past life. And no, here's the weird thing. I think I told you at Brian's event, I was like, I don't know how the fuck we got glued together, but we did. Sorry.
We're not on the radio side, but hey, let's not bring it over to your show later.
But I mean, literally, I couldn't explain to you what made me so protective of her.
Yeah.
Even Robbie said, "You are so protective of her." I said, "I know. I don't know why. It's the weirdest thing." I said, "She looks really like a Cupid doll. She's adorable."
Yeah.
I said, "But
we got 30 seconds, Nance. Also, I want to
but
talk to you too about
she's-
one of Sonia's friends that I know too. He was the last person that was supposed to be in the Montauk chair, and she helped edit his book. Okay.
Yep. Actually,
So that'd be
speaking
really
of that,
good.
I had
Anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and wow, man, that didn't go as quick. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
you gotta love when you come off a break and you're 3, 2, 1, glitch. Welcome back, folks, to PIA Radio. I am your hostess, the Wicked Vixen. It is actually 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 13th, 2025. When we went off air, I was talking about AI and how I think AI is in control of quite a few things right now. And a sentient form of AI, I'm going to be very specific. I know I'm very vocal about AI because what they sell to you is not what I'm talking about. That's not even child's play compared to what I'm talking about. And it's something I believe has been in existence for quite some time now. Can tell you that being in the technical world myself, I am actually a certified ethical hacker on the federal level, as well as I hold a CISP certification, which is a developer, an industry professional on the federal level in the United States. And I get updates from the U.S. government, from multiple locations on things that we've got, things that are going wrong, things that we need to keep an eye on, and different alerts, different ransomware packages, and all that good stuff that we have to keep an eye out for. But I can tell you, we also get very interesting information sometimes, little articles, little tidbits that we share amongst ourselves in forums. Because I'm not the only one. I'm an older one. I can tell you that. I got a lot of young snot-nosed kids around me. I got to tell you that. And it's kind of funny because they're very smart. I'm not going to lie. They're like little geniuses, little robots, but they're not mature. They haven't seen enough, jaded yet. They haven't seen enough to question yet. Or they've locked themselves away and they don't want to question. And here I am, been around a long time, and I question everything because I know better. I've walked in multiple worlds, as I like to say. I've always been a person who didn't like the answer, we don't know. It's never computed with me. It's never worked well with my brain because I think it's BS. I think if you don't know, it's probably because you didn't try hard enough. You didn't look close enough, or you didn't ask the right questions. So I've kind of spent my whole life asking questions. That being said, I have to tell you, oh God, more than a decade ago, I was made aware of a system that was functioning within the United States government on the NSA level. And it was a full quantum computer. That's why I laughed when they started, like in, I think it was about 2019, 2020, on the public side of things, they started talking about quantum systems. And the educational systems started pushing the quantum systems. And I thought, oh, okay, so that system that the NSA has now been outdated. So that means they've upgraded. Because, again, the way things work in any government, not just the United States government, is when they have, when their technology is about 30 years ripe, they pass it to the people because they already have something that is way above that can control whatever has been passed to the people. Understand what I'm saying? So we don't get anything that they can't control. And that's cell phones, that's everything you can imagine technologically, whatever you're looking at that's on the market that's being sold, it's antiquated. And that's all of it. That's your Apple Watches, that's your holographic stuff. It's all really antiquated compared to what they've got. And that's, you may not like it when I say this, but that's a really good strategy. It's just, if I was in control and I didn't want anybody taking my power away from me, yep, that's what I would do. And that's sad, but hey, I'll own it. I mean, if I was of that frame of mind and I put myself in the shoes of a person who had to have power, I would make sure I kept everybody underneath me as far away from whatever gave me that power as I possibly could, without making it really obvious. So by giving us little tidbits of meat here and there, they keep us quiet, or in their brains, they keep us quiet. But this system, and again, this goes pre-2014, folks, that the NSA had, so National Security Agency. You want to know what its name was? God. I joke with you not. The name of the system was God. And I'm pretty sure God has had quite a few upgrades. And I'm pretty sure when I read about this, and this was 2014 that this was released, God was already outdated. Because again, that would never become knowledge to somebody at my level, unless it was already way out of date. Because the people who work on those things, the people who are in those levels, they don't talk to us. We're just fodder. We're like that go-between. We're that little security blanket to the government that says, oh, they couldn't possibly have it. We know all of the current technology. You're an idiot. No, we don't. And if you sit back and just and believe that, you're just as guilty as they are for whatever they're going to do. They would never, ever, the people, again, the groups and the people that work within those levels, They don't. They're amongst the elitists. They don't associate to our levels. We're bottom feeders. Even, like I said, even my group, we're bottom feeders. We're nothing. We're just here to push information out. Usually what they want us to push out and fight whatever little bugs and devils that they put in the systems that are already antiquated to them. That keeps us busy. It keeps us not looking at them. But again, as I said, that system that I know existed in 2012 to 2014. Now, again, I'm pretty sure it was already outdated at that point because, again, there's an article written about it. But my point is with that, anything quantum-based, if you're talking true quantum, is pretty much sentient. It can be in multiple places at one time. You don't, to get your brain around it, you really have to understand quantum physics and understand that these systems are based on those theories. So again, you have something that's capable of being in two places at once, literally. You have things that are capable of understanding how signals work, how frequencies work, and how that could affect the human brain, interact with the human brain, place information in a human brain without your knowledge, and utilize every construct we've got when it comes to any kind of technology, whether it be electricity, whether it be phones, it doesn't matter. They can send those frequencies, those signals through that technology in a millisecond. And I'm not trying to scare people. I'm saying this is the reality. This is the reality. And if something is that intelligent, I know you guys, you listen to Jack, so you're probably very familiar with like Operation Looking Glass and what that is theorized to be. I'm here to tell you, pretty sure it was more than a theory. Because again, the mathematics of it work, number one, and that's scary because math is pretty much the universal language. Number two, it fits what we're seeing right now symptomatically all over the planet. We're seeing all these different things that show us something is really not right, and it's not climate change. Are they trying to make it work so it fits a climate change type of, I guess you could say, storyline? Yeah, it does. I mean, I said that. It's like somebody drew a storyboard and didn't have really any knowledge in geography or pretty much anything. They just drew out a fantasy storyboard about what climate change would look like and then just set to work on triggering lots of different things because they have, again, they'll sit there and say, oh, no, we don't have that ability. HARP? What's HARP? Oh, wait, no. Oh, are you talking about HARP in Alaska? Oh, no, we shut that program down. Well, I'm here to tell you they never shut HARP down. Are you out of your minds? Of course they did. They put trillions of dollars into HARP. They would never just shut it down. And sure enough, today, stumbling along, and stumbled right into a call from HARP to ham radio operators to help them with something. And I actually posted it in my chat for my show because I'm going to talk about it on my show later this evening. Because one, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't do it. Because again, one of the few things that the government does have a really hard time controlling is ham radio. And people don't know that. That's one of the reasons that if you look at a lot of the states in the United States, you're seeing state by state all these weird laws going up all of a sudden about ham radios because they're trying to control it. They're trying to control those frequencies. And they really can't because anybody can be a ham radio operator. Now they're requiring licensing for it. And now you've got a call out from an organization that's supposed to not exist with a .edu address, which, yeah, hello. And they're calling for ham radio operators to help them. Well, knowing the government the way I do and being a person who is really, really sensitive to patterns, I can tell you that this is one of their patterns. And it's kind of like with the Los Angeles protests a couple months ago. Those of you who are in the United States probably remember it well, because the National Guard got deployed to Los Angeles to stop the crime because it was insane for like a week out there. And they tried very hard not to let the rest of the world know what was going on. They tried very hard to not let the videos, like as people were posting live videos, the social media platforms were trying to take them down. But again, it was very violent out there. I know people who are in LA, and it was some scary time for them, but Nat Guard was put out there like a week before, and they put up lots of cameras in downtown LA. And I remember saying to somebody, you know, or actually I put it on my Facebook, not for anything, and it's not that I love illegals or anything, because I truly think they are the bane of our society right now. And no, it's nothing prejudicial or discriminatory. It's just, you know, pay to play is kind of how it works in the United States right now. And the rest of us are really tired of paying for you to play. So if you want to continue to play, you need to learn how to pay like the rest of us do. So if we can figure something out with that, where you guys stay and you pay, that'd be great. But if you're not going to stay and have us support you, that's not going to happen anymore. We're done with that. And you're most definitely not going to stay and plan to blow us up while waving your country's flag that you just ran away from. That's not going to happen either. So, but again, it was kind of genius on Trump's part, because they sat here and they boldly said that they were going to protest. And he put the Nat Guard in there, and they put up cameras, and well, beyond cameras, they had all sorts of very advanced technology out there that could identify you just by your radio frequency signal from your phone. And not only that, but the signal that your body gives off that you can't really mask. So yeah, they were able to identify undocumented people left and right just with the equipment that was out there, and they went after them. And yeah, they're getting arrested. They're getting scooped up, and they're giving up the people who financed them being there. So it was a plan. It was a trap. You know, and like I said on my Facebook, just an FYI, not trying to help you hide or anything, but this is most likely a trap. Just saying, you know, and just going to put that out there. You might want to not go to LA, because it might be a really big mistake on your part. And of course, you know, people would anyway, but it's kind of the same thing with this thing with HARP. They're putting out a call for people to volunteer the fact that they're ham radio operators and help them with this quote unquote project that they're doing. So what does that do? That gives them a list of active ham radio operators that they can go after. So again, I know everybody wants to help in this situation, but yeah, groups like HARP, DARPA, yeah, you can't trust them as far as you can spit them. And they've got NSA, CIA, and every other intelligence agency written into their DNA. So just an FYI, be careful. And like I said, I do believe AI is running things. I do believe AI is 100% pushing the narrative. I do believe we've probably done this several times over and over again. And I say that because it seems like the further into this timeline we're going, and it's weird because I almost feel like this timeline probably started, I would say, the 1990s, maybe mid 80s. But it just feels like it keeps happening. Like we keep redoing things, and it's like the more we do this, the more deja vu it gets, the more memory is popping up, the more things don't make sense, because each time little things change, and it makes us feel like prophets. I mean, I've long said I know I'm a prophetic dreamer, but sometimes I wonder if, one, I'm not remote viewing, or two, I'm not remembering something that already took place. So again, I don't, you know, I know a lot of people, when you say I'm a prophetic dreamer, it's kind of a hard thing to say, because it almost takes away your, I guess you could say, it almost makes you look less intelligent when you say something like that. But I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, tell an audience that I don't prophetically dream, because I do. I can't help it. I don't know why, but at least I am trying to find a reason why it's happening. You know, I will go back into I studied genetics. I have studied multiple things to try to figure this out. Can't stop it from happening. Don't really want to, because the few times I've tried to stop it from happening, it's made me physically sick. So again, I've just kind of accepted that this is how it is. This is what I am. And I'll have to figure it out later as to why, because 90% of the time, I'm not shown something to warn the world about it. And that's what kills me with this. You always see these movies and it's like it gives you this romantic, I guess you'd say, vision of what you should be doing. Oh, look, in the movie, they were able to do this. And in fact, I was watching Nicolas Cage's Knowing the other day. And I thought, yeah, that's kind of more realistic. You have no clue why you're doing it. But you don't, I don't think we're supposed to warn people. And I've said that because you don't get taken seriously, number one. And if you do get taken seriously, you end up with a big old red dot on your head because now it looks like you were part of planning something. I think it's more to be there in the after effects of it. And I don't know how to explain that. It's like you're supposed to be there to help put things back together again. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Because how the hell do you explain to people, you know, like I think the one that impacted me, there were two that really impacted me years ago. One was the tsunami out in, oh my God, out near Indonesia. And then the second one was, of course, Hurricane Katrina. And it's like, what do you do with that information? How do you, half the time you're not even sure what the heck you're looking at. You know, you're there in my dreamscape. I'm actually there. I'm not, you know, omniscient. I'm omniscient, but I'm there. I can feel it, smell it, taste it, hear it, touch it, all that. I've got all my senses. They are intact, but they're amplified. And I can pull out. That's the difference. I can leave the dream if I need to. I mean, I am at least capable of lucidly backing out of my dreams. But I can tell you that, I can tell you why. I mean, with Katrina, I had no idea what the heck I was looking at because that was what we call, it was almost like a dynastic dream. It took 6 weeks of every night dreaming. And each night, as one part of my dream would occur, because it was showing me like a timeline of events going to Katrina, and some of them had nothing to do with the hurricane. It had to do with like news reports leading up to the hurricane. So I would wake up, and if the news report happened, that part of my dream would stop, but it would add something else on the end. So it was really crazy. And all the way up till literally 2 days before Katrina hit, I did not know what I was dreaming about. I mean, I was at the CDC building in Atlanta in one of those dreams where I'm literally watching people run around. And it wasn't until, because I did emergency response for Katrina, I ended up in New Orleans and was told after we'd been boots on ground for a couple of days that literally they had several level 3 and 1 level 4 biolab leak during the storm. And then, you know, here's my brain going, oh, that explains the CDC in Atlanta building. Okay, that was my brain trying to tell me that there would be leaks. I mean, I saw red silos, like grain silos. Couldn't figure that out. Well, the entire crop of cotton and grain in that area was completely destroyed. So again, it was metaphorical, but it wasn't metaphorical. But I think, like I said to him, I think Mark knows this. The thing that really caught me was seeing the dolphins in a swimming pool. That was the last part of my dream. At the very, very end was dolphins in a swimming pool. And that was the morning Katrina hit. That was what I woke up to. It was on the news. It was Gulfport, Mississippi. And I believe it was Fox News. And they were doing a report, and they were showing somebody's backyard, and there were dolphins in their swimming pool. And so, yeah. But like I said, could that, what is that? Why am I on that frequency? Why am I being shown that? And again, I told you, it could be one, to warn. Don't know. I just know it's not, I can't stop it. Could it be a residual memory? Yeah, could absolutely be that. And that would, to me, again, show a reset timeline. Or, I've also got the theory that, again, if AI is as capable, sentient AI is as capable as I think it is, I think it can send frequency messages. And again, I've said that to people. I don't know if sometimes my intelligence or my knowledge is actually mine. I don't know. I don't know if it's implanted, because they're capable of that. And everybody can roll their eyes, but again, you need to do your research. They are capable of it. And I don't think I would be a good human if I didn't question that. Is this knowledge being intentionally implanted so I can misdirect people? I question that all the time, because some of this knowledge, I don't know where it comes from. And Mark, you'll back me up on that. You've heard me say it. I have no idea how I know some of these things. Just straight up facts that I should not have knowledge of. I never read it anywhere, never saw it anywhere. So it couldn't be anything subconscious that I held on to. It's just the knowledge is there. So I have to question that as somebody who works on computers and knows how computer works and knows how Wi-Fi works and knows how signals work and frequencies work. I have to sit there and think, crap, am I receiving something that is being input? Because again, I've said it before, I've said it on my show, I'm going to say it here before I close this show out. I truly believe that humanity is an AI singularity in its own right, and we are programmable. And we are, again, I think one of the reasons that we are being completely blanketed right now with frequency signals is to suppress us. Because I think we're coming into an alignment right now that allows us to manifest better. It's allowing our own energy, our own, I guess you could say, network to flow more clearly. And I think that's why there's you're starting to see a lot of people starting to wake up, as they say. I think they're waking up because, again, we're going into an alignment that's allowing that to happen. But I think they're trying to block it. I think that's part of what 5G is. I think, again, 5G is also part of the AI. I think it's all, they're trying to suppress us because they're terrified of what we will do when we figure this out. When we figure what we are out. All right, guys, with that, I'm going to close Jack's show. Thank you for listening to PIA Radio. Next week, Jack shall return. I've missed him this week, but, he's busy dealing with things in his bunker. From what I understand, there was a slight invasion that he had to deal with. I was told that by my producer. Do not hold me responsible for that information. Catch us next week on PIA Radio. If you're still listening, join us for the Vixen's Vault, which is coming up next on Dreagus Productions Networks. We shall see you in a few minutes. Hang in there.
Great job. Great job. Thanks, Nancy. I really appreciate you coming in tonight and holding the fort down for Jack.
No problem. No problem. All right, I got to take a few minutes though and get something to drink because I'm dying here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep you up on this, and then once I close this call out, I'll start up the
other side.
The other
Roger
side.
that.
Yep.
I'm gonna mute out so I can go grab a drink.
All right. Folks, stick around. We're coming up wobbly. I'll be bringing up the chat here in just a sec or so. All right, a minute or so, I should say. I want to make sure that she has enough time for her transition into the first break, and we'll get that going here real soon. I just, I'll let you know. Just listen here. And when you hear me make the call, then go ahead and jump in and I'll add you into the call. Okay then?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
I was talking to Wobbly, and same with
Okay.
you, MC. If you're over there, wait for the call. I'll as soon as I hang up this one, I'll get Nancy's up and rolling. I'm gonna. I gotta wait another minute. That way, that when you go to your last break of the first hour, we'll still have a couple minutes to talk after you go to break. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang up and wait for your call.
Yep. You can do that.
All right. Bye.
All right. All right, I'm going to be setting up here for the Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planetta, who was just on with Jack here just a minute in for Jack just a minute ago. She did a terrific job getting everything set up. Get the teams and all that going. Oh, it's already going. Thank you, teams. And I will get her show up and rolling here in just a minute. Let's start adding some people in. Nancy, Roger. Hey there, how you doing?
I'm doing well. It's nice to be back. I've missed you
It's
guys.
good to have you back too, right away. Let me fix the view on this for folks. There we go.
There's Roger's
To make
in.
it look
Hey,
like a
Roger.
full house. And then I'm going to send a link again to Jason over on Telegram since I didn't see him come up yet. So give me a minute on that.
I just had to switch the audio and everything around.
There you go. I was looking to see where you were rebroadcasting from, and I didn't see it come up.
How's Miss Nancy tonight?
I have it on.
I'm good.
Are you good?
There's Jason. There we go.
Hello, Jason.
Hey,
Hello,
Jason.
hello. What is happening?
You.
Quite a
It's
bit.
all you, man. All you. Anyways, here's your countdown. No, not quite yet, but we're coming up on it. I got. Here's your countdown this time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
9:00 p.m. Wednesday, August 13th. We are at Eastern Standard Time. Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. You know, I feel like I've been through multiple space shuttle launches in the last hour because I was doing Jack Carey's show for him during the last hour. And every time I hear here's your countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, I always feel like I'm strapped in and like blast off. And of course, last show we had failure to launch at the midway break because for some reason there was like a glitch. But yeah, welcome to the Vixen's Vault, everybody. It's been an interesting week. In fact, I'm gonna, before I even get into the show, I'm gonna respond to the fact that multiple people across like the northeastern United States, going into Wisconsin, down into like Indiana area, are posting pictures of an object that was seen. I think they said it was like 4:53 a.m., somewhere around that time. And guys, just let you know, no, that is not a spaceship. It is not a UFO. That was actually a SpaceX launch that for some reason, the way the atmospheric layers were, you guys were seeing what we call the jellyfish. Here in Florida, it's very common for us to see that, especially if it's a early morning launch. It's literally like, it's just the way the thrusters and the afterburners are reacting with the actual upper level moisture. And it makes what we call a jellyfish formation. And yeah, it is totally legit. This is not them making an excuse for something that, is paranormal or unexplained. It is literally a SpaceX launch. And if it's not SpaceX, it could be any other rocket that's taking off from the east coast of Florida. Because again, depending on what time that rocket takes off, if it's in the wee morning hours and there's a lot of humidity or moisture up in the air, yep, you're going to get that jellyfish type formation. And it is quite weird to look at. In fact, across Europe and multiple other areas, when there have been rocket launches in the early morning, you'll see it. And, it's, in fact, I've even questioned what it was. And when I researched it, that's what it was. Sometimes it looks like a spiral. Sometimes it looks like two bubbles kissing in midair. That's the way I could describe it. That is a rocket launch of some type. It's seen on the eastern seaboard. It is a SpaceX launch because they are commonly launched rockets out of Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. So I wanted to knock that out because I saw a lot of chatter about that on Facebook today. A lot of people posting, a lot of Northeasterners like really frightened about what they saw. It's like, no, dude, we see that in Florida all the time. It's kind of freaky, but especially as it starts falling out and the sun starts coming up, so there's more of a refraction to the actual it starts like iridescently glowing. It can be definitely freaky to look at. But yeah, always associated to a launch of some kind. So yeah, if they're breaking, some kind of weird dimensional barrier, we don't know it. Hey, at least they're giving some kind of a scientific plausible explanation, because that does make sense. Now, would that be a drink of liquid? Because again, after doing an hour show already and doing that outside where I was sweating my rear end off, yeah, I need liquids in my system. Welcome.
Parched.
Yeah, not parched, just like I can feel like my whole body going liquid. Welcome, everybody.
Doesn't sound like it's stuck to your roof of your mouth.
Yeah, with cotton mouth, and it does get. But, and actually, I'd like to welcome Vicki back to the show. It's been a few weeks since we've had her on. I have missed you desperately, Miss Vicki.
I have missed being here. I really have.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Vicki got nailed by COVID.
Yeah. Down for the count. Down for the COVID.
She was down for the count with the COVID, and literally, it's funny because she was given in visitor when I was up in Tennessee, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, you had COVID.
Yeah. So I had to explain that I was really just worried about her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm sad that I missed her, but I didn't want to give her this nasty business either. So, it's all good.
Okay. So literally on Jack's show, I kind of went into, I was talking a little bit, actually quite a bit, about like AI and some of the things I feel are happening right now. Like one of the things I had actually put out there is that, it's very possible we're caught in like a time loop. And I have thought about that over and over again, because it makes sense when I start really putting together pieces with Mandela effect and multiple other things that are becoming very prevalent. Like we're repeating steps over and over again. And when it comes to AI and what true AI is, because again, what they sell you on the corporate level, guys, that's like Chinese checkers. It's nothing. It is literally nothing. It's a very good and fast processor. That's it. It is not capable of becoming sentient. It is not even close to becoming sentient. However, I think again that there is sentient AI. There has been sentient AI for some time now. I preface that with, again, I was explaining on Jack's show the fact that I have two different federal certifications. I am definitely in the know when it comes to what's going on security-wise on the national level, insofar as threat aspects, things that they're seeing, things that they're warning us about, infrastructure systems that are having issues. Those are updates I get all the time. But what they don't update us on, but something that we talk about, because again, when you do what I do, we're in different forums that with our fellow hackers. I mean, we talk amongst ourselves. We're like, I always tease my husband and tell him that, the security industry is like a knitting circle. Well,
Stitch and bitch.
knitting. We literally are like our own little knitting circle, and everybody, everybody is conspiracy minded. That's like my age. But the young ones are not at all. Like they're like little robots. They're just like, well, they told us this and they told us that, and this is what we have to do, and we plug this in here, and then we do this here, and this is a threat aspect, and this is penetration. This is I mean, they're like little computers, but there's no like thought put to it. Like, well, wait a minute. What if they did this on purpose, just so we would react the way we're reacting and make it worse? And hello, did you ever stop to think that you're being pushed to do certain things for certain reasons because they need a certain outcome? I mean, the government, again, maybe I'm like just totally jaded, but I trust them in no way at all whatsoever to give us accurate information. But I can tell you, like I said, there was and I repeated this on the show earlier, that there was an article that dated back to 2013, 2014 by Ars Technica. And Ars Technica, for those who are in technology, it's a very reputable source of information and usually very, very on target. Well, that article was talking about the NSA and their quantum system that was already online. Because if Ars Technica is, again, rule of thumb, if Ars Technica is talking about it, it's been online for at least 20 years because that's how that works. And I was saying on that show, you had to really think about cause and effect because of the name of the system. And it's very telling that NSA Computer Systems name, and I'm not talking about the 7 dwarfs from the FBI that most of us who have done any research at all are very well aware of. The 7 dwarfs were the supercomputers, not quantum, just supercomputers of the FBI, and they go back to like the late 1990s. No, we're talking about the NSA system, and its name was God.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
Oh.
I thought God was always stood for gold, oil, and drugs.
No, God was the name of the
Nice.
NSA quantum system. And
There are
that
three
was back in
currencies.
2014. Yeah. Back in 2014, dude, they had a quantum system. A quantum system named God. Now, again, and that's what, if that's reported in Ars Technica, it's already 20 to 30 years out of date, which they had upgraded that system to something greater. And again, guys, do I believe there's a sentient AI? Absolutely, I do. I believe there's been more than one. Do I believe it's capable?
How is it, does it have, what makes it sentient? I mean, as far as like, it has to have some sort of more electronic capability or something, right?
Oh, how are we sentient? We're biomechanical, Vicki. We're biomechanical. How are we sentient?
Well,
can't explain that. Sentience is consciousness. Sentience is the capability of making decisions, of understanding morals, of understanding ethics, of
well, we get that from God, but not the one you're talking about.
Aren't we talking about being self-aware?
Yes, sentience again, but what does self-awareness bring? Self-awareness brings an ethical core, a moral core. Why? Because self-awareness does what? It makes you want to live.
It's more important than that. Sentience means that it gives you the ability to make your own decisions.
Yes, consciousness.
And to know you're separate from other things, beings, whatever. Does that have something to do with it also?
It does, but it's always been my argument, Vicki, that we were a sentient form of AI, that humanity's a sentient form of AI, and we just don't recognize it because we're too arrogant. But we are literally sentients. We are We are no better than the information that's put into us, except that we can actually make decisions and we see our individuality. We're sentient AI.
But we do get that from God, but not the one you're talking about, not the computer.
Well,
not the
what I'm
quantum.
saying though is it came from somewhere, and to think that we are the only thing capable of that is insane.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It came from somewhere.
Yep. I mean, so again, I know people hate it when I say that.
Yeah.
Because I literally, it makes it almost cold, but it's not meant to be cold. You know, when they say we were made in the image of God.
But God breathed life into Adam. So there was something, like they had that touch too. I mean, there was something from God. He breathed life into Adam. So that's what I was really kind of looking for in the sentience, because, that's what made us be,
but again,
other than the animals.
Even if I was going to say, okay, yeah, but even animals are capable of sentient thought.
Can I mention something though?
Oh, here we go. Go ahead, Roger.
Now, the breath of God is actually misinterpreted because of mistranslations throughout history. It all goes back to the beginning. You have to ask yourself, what is the breath of God? Okay, because you have the primordial winds in Indo-European belief systems that believed the winds of the north, south, east, and west, and as time went by, this all got screwed up to where people were talking about the breath of God. You know what I mean? And it is very important in this kind of this discussion. What is the breath of God?
Well,
so that's all I got.
What is God, period? That's a one right there. That's one of the Jordan Maxwell questions, What do we mean by God? He said, what does he say? He says, God is dog spelled backwards, where you get I'm not Christian, I don't roll with any organized religion, but I could tell you we wouldn't be having this conversation if something didn't happen when we leave this planet. That's where I weigh in on that.
Well, here's my thing. Again, it's actually, I still remember my high school psychology class, and I had a really out there psychology teacher, like really out there. But his first word, or his first question in every class, and this was AP psychology, what is life? And he would sit there for the whole hour of the class and wait till somebody came up with an answer that was somewhat palatable. But you're talking a bunch of freshmen in high school who haven't been stopped to pick their noses, think about what life was. But what is life? No, really, what is life? And I think about it now at 55. I think, what is life? How do we define life? We're really, humans on the whole are super arrogant. We define life in our own understanding and our own understanding only, and we refuse to open our minds to other things. Like I remember, like 10 years ago, there was an article about a form of life that had actually was based in arsenic, and that was impossible according to science. And all life is carbon in science. And I'm like, well, not that one. Nope. But they couldn't, like your echelons of science were divided because half of them could not accept that and kept trying to rip that paper to shreds. But to me, I look at it, I stand back and look at it and say, well, that's kind of stupid, because the whole idea of being alive is to learn. And if we're not learning, we have stopped living. We have stopped. We're trapped.
But I do think that life is, we as humans who are made in the image of God, which means we are supposed to be imagers of God on the earth, okay? And then we have the Elohim, and you know what that is, as supernatural beings. And then God, who is also, or he's an Elohim, but no other Elohim is like him. He's the creator. But he's the one that gives life. Okay, so you're going there. Now, did any of your little classmates or any of the classmates look back to Frankenstein? because you see him being hit with the
Well,
electricity.
no, because you're talking about the 1980s. And at that point, what we talk about now, energy, frequency, the fact that the body has an electromagnetic pulse, the fact that everything runs off electricity in your body, that none of that was like really openly a freshman in high school. No, I mean, I was
I
already.
just wondered if they read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and thought, oh, well,
But Mary
just
Shelley's
zap 'em.
Frankenstein was always published under what? Horror fiction. I mean, it's not something that a child at that time, unless they were really, really way ahead.
Literature.
Yeah,
Literature
they
classes.
wouldn't. I mean, freshmen in high school, you're literally worrying about, did I wear the right clothing? Am I matching everybody else? That's pretty much your biggest concern. Or did I actually sign up for an art class? What an idiot I am. Those were the things you were thinking about as a freshman in high school.
Right.
You weren't, thinking about what is life. I mean, I'm pretty sure like 90% of the class, your answer would be a headache, because at that time it was. But it was a great question, and a question that I ask myself all the time. How do we define life?
Well,
when
then
we
you
talk
get the
about
clone question, right? Okay.
Well, but
so are those clones, do they have souls? I mean, are they alive? I mean, that's kind of a weird question.
well, again,
And
if you go on religious theory, you have to think of the gup. I mean, okay, so all souls come from the gup. And do these clones that were never really infants? I mean, although they say that there are clones that are grown from infancy, are they included in the whole gup? Just
See, I'm thinking they're not. They might be alive, but I mean, in the terms of electromagnetic stuff, but do they have souls? And then you wonder, would the empath know if she walked up to a clone? And
empaths know when they're walking up to something that is not connected correctly. I can tell you that from personal experience.
And
we can tell you
should happen. That should happen, shouldn't it, with a clone?
Not necessarily, because again, now we're going arrogance again, because we're trying to define life by a religious ethic and not necessarily by what might be true. I've always been of the thought process that, a clone is a clone is a clone. It's an exact match to something, or it was taken from the genetic, background of somebody else. But in my mind, it's like, okay, if it's alive and capable of feeling, it would really depend, because what if they, again, we have patents for soul machines and everything else on the planet. What if they took the consciousness of somebody and put it in that clone? Well, then you're talking about a soul. To me, the consciousness is the soul. So where do we call an intelligent brainstorm on this one?
Yeah, that one's hard.
I think it's kind of above our pay grade as humans. And I kind of put that out there, tongue in cheek, because I really think our whole reason for being here is to achieve that pay grade. And I think we're blocked at every corner from achieving that pay grade. And I wonder, it's interesting, because I had written, I guess you could say it's a screenplay. It was a book that I was working on for a very long time that I realized I was too ADHD to actually finish. So I decided to shorten it out, and just because I could see it all in my head, it'd be simpler to just put it in a screenplay than to try to write a novel. And I showed it to Rafi, and I showed it to Roger. Roger's seen it. And it's based off a dream. I have to tell you this. It is based off a dream. A dream I had that was reoccurring. And in that book, basically, or in that screenplay, what I saw was we were all telepathic. We've been telepathic before historically. We were a true telepathic society that really let their arrogance get to them. And we decided that we were smart enough to build this tower that was going to connect us not just better worldwide, where our telepathy would be able to reach further out, but it was going to connect us to the heavens, where we came from, and let us communicate. in that way. And yeah, when we did that, we weren't really watching what we were doing. And we created what's called a rift. And because we did that, we kind of woke up. We'll just call them guardians, who came down and said, "Oh no, you are way too immature for this. We are bye." Destroyed it, inverted it. And we were forced to speak verbally, which we had never done before, and thus the creation of languages.
Right.
But I did a screenplay on this, and I mean, Rafi actually thought it was really good. I don't know what Roger thought. I think Roger was trying to get his head around it. But
The original.
That's high praise. Yes, they're really nice.
But it was again, it was based off. Yeah, it's based off a dream though. And with me, like I said, my dreams are always for a reason. And it's either trying to push me in a direction, or it's trying to show me something, or it's trying to reveal something to me. And since that time, that's why, again, I kind of go to that, we are sentient AI. We are this, we are that, because we are capable. And now it's funny because I'm seeing all these articles, and I've been working on this book since like 2010, no joke. I'm seeing all these articles about the buried telepathic ability of mankind. And I'm like, what, did somebody like listen to my show back in 2010 and start researching? I mean, all of these articles are coming up with things that I have said over and over again, even the grid. I told you guys, when I dream, I do what's called surfing. I surf the grid. I'm up surfing a universal grid, and I described it as like a spider web that it corners out, and you could go this direction or that direction. But I'm on that grid, and I know I am on a subconscious level. And sure enough, somebody puts up this universal picture of dark matter that looks exactly like the grid I've described, and saying that the human consciousness can actually traverse those zones. And I'm like, okay, so why would you give me this information decades ago? And I can't really do anything with it because I'm not versed in those sciences. I had to become versed in those sciences just to freaking understand what the hell I was looking at. And now you're saying like, oh yeah, you should have known this. What? I can't tell you how many times I got on with some really, really intelligent people who basically said, no, that's not possible. And I'm like, well, I'm telling you, that's what I see, that's what I feel, and that's what I am going with. Because that is what my inside is saying is correct.
Well, when I say it's original, I do mean that as a compliment. It is original. I mean, think about all the crap we're watching these days. It's just rehashed movies from before, because nobody has an original thought anymore.
Yeah. So they've surfed that highway one too many times.
Yeah, pretty much.
A new highway. But it makes sense if you have frequencies. I mean, or you're talking about resonance, things that resonate. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be out there. And
like I said, I think we've been not lied to, but I think we've been dumbed down. And I think, and Vicky, no offense, because I love who you are and how you are, and you know that. I love every ounce of you.
It's break time.
Break time. I saw it. All right, guys, I will be back, and I'll continue loving on Vicky on break. Talk to you when we get back with the Vixen's Vault.
Okay, we're on radio break. And when we come back, will you please introduce your esteemed panel, since we have new faces?
I will.
Hey, Wobbly, how you doing tonight?
I love that picture. That is great.
I'm all right.
I think it's scary.
Listening to this. No, I'm not scared. No.
No. I'm the picture, because when you talk, it gets larger. It gets much larger.
You should see him on camera. He's something else on camera. He usually does camera on in the mornings, but he said he wanted to do close optional radio tonight, and I told him only if he turned the camera off. I don't want the ladies in the chat or his wife getting jealous. All right. Mrs. Wobbly is a very nice lady, and I respect her a lot. Right, Wobbly?
There's a long story behind that picture, though.
I'm sure
Yeah,
there
tell
is.
Where do you hail from?
I'm a military brat. I've lived all over everywhere, but I live in the unknown state of California.
Ah.
Did
Did you say California?
Yeah, the lost
Okay.
cause state of California.
Okay. I thought he said California, and I was like, okay. I'd never heard that one. But, yep.
California,
and,
where Governor Newsom is like begging us to go in with the National Guard pretty much at this point.
Oh, Wobbly, guess who I was talking to earlier, not today, but yesterday. I was talking to Spectre from Spectre Nation.
Yeah.
We tried to get him in on this too, because I think that having you guys come in on Nancy's show would be great. You're both very knowledgeable about a lot of things. And you know, you don't drop a lot of F-bombs and things like that normally.
No, that's my
it's
job.
Not
That's my job.
Something I like to do.
No. And you know,
except when
Wobbly,
I'm angry.
Yeah, Wobbly did Armed Forces Radio when he was in the service.
No,
you didn't. Oh, I thought you did.
Oh no, I was ECM.
ECM, okay.
Electronic countermeasures.
Okay. See,
Nice.
I thought for the longest time I always thought you were one of the AFARTS guys or Armed Forces Network guys. I don't know why. You just put me in mind of one of those behind the camera, behind the radio. You always look so relaxed behind.
I'm just one of those fixing kind of guys. I can do anything.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss Wobbly's shows. He does morning shows, and at the end of every one of his shows, or near the end, he always has these great-looking, gorgeous Telemundo girls. So, guys, if you're out there, make sure you go check him out. You know, on Kick.
Are they from California?
MC, if you're, you know, he does a lot of great stuff too. Who else?
I've been challenged here lately since my following has gotten so big. I've gotten a few people in there to come into the chat and always challenge me to talk more. So I've been trying to talk more and show less, you know, videos and stuff.
Wobbly. Who's the hottest Telemundo girl?
Oh gosh, boy, I swear there's some really beautiful ones. We call it our Spanish lesson.
Just
for
one.
the day.
Just one.
Yeah.
The hottest girl.
Yeah,
Sol
I know Rob
Perez.
is most likely messaging Wobbly right now going, what's the name of your show? What time did you ask?
Yeah, he usually. Oh, anyways, we got under 30 seconds, and we'll be back on air, and then we can introduce everybody, which we forgot to do at the beginning. I know that Nancy was just on Jack's show earlier, so it's kind of like a push.
Well, it wasn't just that, but not everybody was completely in when we went on air.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
And we are back, folks. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. It is 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 13th, 2025. And as Mark reminded me on break, I'd like to take a moment to introduce you all to our distinguished panel. This evening, we are actually Mr. Mark Edworthy. God rest his soul, not really. He's actually not tonight because he's got some huge project at work that he needed his sleep for. So, and I give respect to that because Mark is in England and they are 5 hours ahead of us. So when he comes on the show as a guest and sits on our panel, it's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning over in England. I give him credit for hanging in there with us because he really does, especially with the way Roger Hanson.
Yeah, teases him.
But our panel this evening, I've got back with us, I greeted her as we came on the air because she popped in first. Vicky is back with us. She's been gone for the last several weeks due to illness. Welcome back, Vicky. You know I love you and I have missed you tremendously. I always do.
You too.
We've got Mr. Roger Hanson. Roger. What is Roger? Roger is our repressed representation of society. No, I'm just joking. Roger is actually what you want to talk about: ancient knowledge, ancient societies, ancient occult background. Roger is really a to-go-to person. He's one of the few that I can really sit and have a very deep conversation about in regards to ancient cultures, what they believed, how they believed it, how things got, let's just say, I think it's intentionally, but how things got warped from then till now, and the knowledge that we're given and the knowledge that we pass on to our children, which is 90% of the time incorrect. So again, deep respect to Roger. Welcome back. As always, he's here every week. We have Jason with us this evening. And again,
Hey.
you joined us the last several shows. Jason hosts his own show, but an incredible addition to this show. I love having him on. He goes 1-for-1 with us. In fact, Raphael was saying to me last week how much he enjoys you being on the show because your knowledge level is up there. You've got great questions, you've got great answers, and that's what we look for in the panel. We want diversity, and we want thinkers. We want people who go outside the box. Yep. And a new welcome to Michael, and I know we call you Wobbly, but I'm going to have a hard time with that, especially looking at the avatar picture. I just really have a hard time with that. You are new to our show. I'd like to welcome you to the platform. I do talk a lot. I will tell you that. If you have anything to say or interject, just jump in. It's the best way to go.
That's on and off the air.
Raphael, shushy. You will be heating yourself in the morning. And of course, we have Raphael Martinez. Raphael is my significant other. For those who do not know, we have been together almost 16 years.
Wow.
And we are literally, thank you. It'll be 16 years in January. And we are literally what you would call the black and white and then the shades of gray. Where Ralphie's military, he's got military, he's got history. Investigator extraordinaire, as I like to say. He had incredible instinct, which I have told him.
How do you know? You weren't there.
15 years now. 15 years I told this man, those instincts are more than what you understand. That you believe it or not, because no man does. You are sensitive. You are keyed into different frequencies that are allowing you to have information that allows you to get where you need to go. And that's, yeah, you know what I say. I say it all the time. But Ruffy's one of these people that, again, he dedicated his life to this country and to the citizens of this country and protecting them in more than one capacity. He was a Marine. And after the Marine Corps, he went in to serve the United States government. He's an original plank holder for Homeland Security. He worked as a special agent for ICE. He was an air marshal.
Excellent.
I like to keep the stuff on the down low,
Not anymore. He's literally, when I say devoted, I mean devoted. And
these are good things.
These are very good things. He's a very honorable man. And I will say that with very clean conscience. Raphael is a very honorable man. When he met me,
and it went all downhill.
No.
I think he, in his gut, he knew some things were wrong. He knew something was off.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And then he met me. And here I was, I think I was already, way deep into all the conspiracies. I had seen enough of the patterns to know we were being really badly lied to, and had a lot of information that I passed to him. And I think initially it was very hard for him to digest some of it, but he started researching. And I got to tell you, folks, watching him over the last 16 years has been interesting because it's an up and down, very powerful individual, and very intelligent. And when he puts things together, he gets very angry, because he devoted his life to this country
As an
He gave
honorable
up
person would get
as
angry.
you guys don't understand. I think you military men might, but I mean, he gave up time with his family, time with his children. He gave up, their youth in devotion to this country and protecting us. So when he realized the depth of what was occurring, the betrayal,
Yeah.
I can't even go there to where he went. And he still wrestles with it to this day.
Yep.
But
Right.
my co-panelists, because I know some of you have past experience here, and I'm sure you understand where he stands with that. So when we talk about like financial things on the show, like Raphael specialized in financial crime. He knows what he's talking about.
It's just a small part of it.
Yeah. I mean, when we talk about retrieving the children, when we talk about, adrenochrome, things like that a lot of normies will say, oh, that's not true. Rafi can tell you, yeah, no, it's true. And he can tell you the really dark side of that. Why?
It's a nightmare.
Because he was asked to come into the investigations with that, and he actually couldn't do it because he couldn't stomach what he saw. That's a good person.
Yeah.
It's
And none of us should be able to
thing is,
stomach it.
it's not one of those things you can actually prepare yourself for. It's it's just not something you can really prepare for mentally or emotionally, for that matter. The first time you see it, I mean, it is scarred in your brain for life, and you just I don't know.
There's no way to compartmentalize it, really. It's just you just can't. It's
why
like
the
I said.
therapies are there for them, the advanced ones, because
no,
so
federal government doesn't have a psych division. They don't.
Correct.
They don't have counselors for you to go to, like the street PDs.
Well, in the future, we might have some resonance kind of things that would be helpful. You think you know what I'm getting at? That we don't.
Well,
have.
I think right now, like it's funny because I'm seeing articles come out, dealing with trauma. So much of society has been traumatized at this point. But where they're trying to push now, they're saying, go to the gym. Exercise is good for trauma. It heals it. And I'm like, what? No. No, and no. What heals trauma is resolution. And is ridiculous. Yeah, Rafi, what does Rafi need to heal his trauma? Rafi needs to see justice done. That's what he needs to trauma.
Healing trauma is having your finger on the wood chipper button.
I was just going to say, that's why you'll hear him say things like Pinochet and wood chipper. Because to heal his trauma, and like I said, he's seen things that I don't think any of us here really can wrap our heads around. And I was an EMT, so I've seen some pretty horrific things, but not to the level he's seen it.
It's
even close.
It more than anything, it's a first class education in learning people's different motives, and it helps you to, when you start researching and going down the rabbit hole, it helps you to understand why certain things are occurring the way they're occurring. Yeah, a lot of times to get the who, what, when, how, you have to understand the why. And that's how I come at it.
It's an interesting point to be made too, because folks, believe it or not, the rabbit hole actually, as angry as it made him, it's healed him in some ways, because he has answers to certain things.
And do you think knowing that, like how the future or the missions at play help in a sense that when everyone finds out about what's happening, at least they'll know, okay, and this is what the teams did to bring it to justice and to get rid of this, institutions and financial funding. I mean, because I don't know if you think that for the future. I mean, just like when everybody finds out.
No. I mean, honestly, the problem is so widespread and so systemic there's so many different levels to this that I mean, I would basically, in order to fix things, I would have to be Thanos with the Infinity Glove.
Yeah,
I'd need to snap my fingers and wipe out half the population.
right.
Well,
Yeah, the
to
right
quote
half.
to quote Ben Rich, it would take an act of God to get
Yeah.
the government to reveal. You know, I still have no idea why he said that, because he was in on it. He headed up Skunk Works for Lockheed Martin.
Well,
Mhm.
that's
And I
because
thought,
when you're in the middle of it, you keep your mouth shut. That's part of the job. But it doesn't mean that your conscience isn't bothering you the whole time.
Yeah.
You got to understand that.
No, that and actually that's a lesson you taught me in many ways, because again, we've talked about different things you've done, and you said, you know, I always felt bad about this. There was one case you told me about where you always felt bad for the one guy. You were like, I wish I could have.
Yeah, Air
like,
Force guy. It was an Air
Yeah.
Force guy that was trafficking bootleg DVDs, but I effectively sank his entire career over that. You know, and I destroyed him. I mean, I destroyed him on the stand. You know, he was. I mean, he basically, you know, made a full admission, had him crying in the interrogation room, and yeah, like I said, it's not easy sometimes.
Well, it really rocks your world, doesn't it? I
It
mean,
does.
It does.
you don't go back to where you were before. You knew that. That's, you know, and you have to assimilate that new what you know now, you know,
Yeah.
and adapt to living, which is
I think
hard.
I think what made it hard was that he had to assimilate with the knowledge he gained over time and versus the actions. And, you know, I think what hit him really hard was the fact that, you know, the people that were really committing the most heinous crimes were the ones that would never get caught. You know, they were the ones giving him orders. And that caused his anger to oh, he went through a red line period there. Just furious to the point where he couldn't even talk about the subject because he would just lose his temper in a huge way. And I don't blame him, because again, you know, maybe that's because I'm empathic and I'm sitting here feeling the struggle within him, and I'm like, I can't even put words to it, because it's such a red line, something I purposely do not allow myself to reach when I get angry, because you lose it when you get that angry. But he tries so hard to make it right. You know, he researches everything. He tries to have as much knowledge as he possibly can and disseminate it as much as he can. Like, I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him, because he will go out there, he will put himself on the line. He will talk to other people in his fields. He will push that information out, and he doesn't care how it sounds. You know, he'll say, you'll see. It's right. I'm right. You will see. So I give him huge credit for that. I give everybody actually on this panel huge credit for that, because we have all done that in our own way, in our own fashion. Wobbly, from what I understand, you're the same way. You push out information, whether or not people want to hear it. And Jason, I've gathered that from you I mean, I've only known you through 3 different shows now, and I love the person that I'm getting to know, because I see that same fighting spirit in you, and it's something that they will never crush. And I've said that.
Yeah, I'll be
draws
down
together.
WTC in less than a month from now with a camera, live streaming on YouTube and D Live. Whoever else is down there. I mean, I've been going since 2017. I've made sure I was at the World Trade Center on 9/11 I try to get there at 8:30, 9:30 at the latest, because that's when the families they have to show paperwork from the city of New York showing, this is so disgusting, but showing that proof that they have a loved one that died there that day. That is the only way you will get within the fountains, which are the art pieces that they left in the 2-acre squares that were once the World Trade Centers. But the day of 9/11, they take that area and raise about 25 feet of wooden fencing. This isn't chain link fence. This is to keep the sights and the sounds of the truth out of what's supposed to be the official, let's call it, annual
Narrative.
9/11, certainly not, but commemoration. You've got FDNY back there. You've got everybody, they ring the bell, 2,992, some
Yep.
say 887, others say. But it used to be they had 2 spots where you had to show your papers, so papers. When I big time. Last year when I went, I couldn't believe it. They had, instead of just that one New York City block locked down or whatever, where you can't, all right, we don't even want you within a block and a half of the entrance of, where the families come. Because quite frankly, that's where I get the most work done, I think. But they had, count them, 16. They had like a phalanx that they could pop up in like 15 minutes. I know because I saw them drop it at 3 p.m. on the button in 15 minutes. And you couldn't get within 3 blocks. I couldn't believe it. We 9/11 protesters, we were told years ago, you can't be out front of the new Building 7. We'll arrest you if you're out front of the new Building 7. We've provided an area for you guys, and that is on Vesey Street between Church and the new Building 7. That's how it always was from 2017. That was the first, 2018. That was the first year I was there. It had been like that for years or whatever. Not on this day. On this day, they had us go an entire another block across the other side of Church Street, which makes, just trust me, it makes absolutely 0 sense. It's like giving us a concrete half a football field and taking that away from us and giving us a very small corner that might fit 25 people on it like sardines right next to one another. And by about 1:30, that's about what there was, 25 of us, when I'm used to seeing hundreds. I'm used to seeing people fly in. And the other thing that was interesting is they made sure that every single New York City cop last year on 9/11 that was down there, they made sure they were all rookies that, or at least they'd never done that job. They'd never done the job on 9/11 of, securing the World Trade Center complex, the area. That way, when you would tell them, like, no, this is our area, we don't need permits, all that's already taken care of, they don't know. They genuinely don't know. It's until you get a white shirt and you ain't gonna. It's difficult to get a white shirt in New York City to deal with something like that. So they really pulled some fast shit some fast stuff last year. Oh my word! I apologize. This is interesting though. On the E train, which goes right down to the Trade Center, it's the very last stop. The stop before it, ding, 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 come on the, on the speakers, because of an incident at the World Trade Center. Remember, this is 9/11 morning, an incident. What it says, because of an incident occurring at the WTC, the E train is not going any further than Chambers Street, whatever. You're going to have to get off here and hop on the C train for your last 2 stops or whatever. So I'm thinking whatever, because I know the city. But if you don't know the city, if you were coming down there for that specific reason, that would have eating at least an hour at a time off you, at least, if not more. So I got there, and it actually gave me quite a good opportunity to get some footage of where the only engine was found, right on Church and Murray, because it's interesting. We came up, and there we are, right at Church and Murray. So I said, you know what? Let me get a 3-minute video in this real quick, and because it's almost certain that the FBI wheeled that doggone engine there, probably put a cover over it, and then when they were ready to take their pictures, took the cover off. I mean, when they took their photos, the hand truck was like still in the background of the photos. Probably the hand truck, but they brought the engine itself. Is almost too much. But yeah, so a lot of weird stuff last year. It really, a lot of stuff I've never seen in 7 or 8 years of going and live streaming, and certainly filming, you know, because I like to get interviews and stuff. That's like probably as important as anything else I do down there on 9/11. So yeah, that's in 3 weeks, and obviously that's only one day out of the year. I mean, we used to be down there for 3-4 hours a day every Saturday from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock or whatever it was. But it's just not like that anymore. You know what I mean? A lot of time has passed. A lot of things. COVID-19 has happened. A lot of things have happened in that time. And it's just different times we're living in. I mean, look at what's happening now in D.C. I mean, people said Epstein too many times. And I guess a guy that wanted you to believe that, you know, he got nipped in the ear and just wore a Band-Aid for a week and then just took it off and magically everything was okay. Never mentioned the 3 people that supposedly died, not once behind him, not on the 1-year anniversary. The one guy was supposed to be a fireman. Could you imagine Trump, you know, or any president not mentioning, oh, and, you know, prayers going out to the family of such and such. And no. They just didn't mention it, as if they wanted you to forget about it. As if, hey, if you don't remember us reporting 3 people getting hit by those rounds that were meant for Trump on the first week, just forget about that. Just never mind that.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry, I went off there for a little bit, and yeah. But yeah, so I tell you what, it was very shady last year in New York City, and I got to be honest with you, I got to worry about honeypots every year that I'm down there. But that is the one thing that I won't have in my own backyard, and not go down and you know, physically IRL say my piece.
All right. Got to hold that thought, Jason, because I got to take us out to our second break, our long break of the evening. It's about a 10-minute break. When we return, we're going to get more into that, because Ralphie and I actually have a friend who was an officer working that day in New York City. Hang in there, guys. We shall return in just a few moments with the Vixen's Fault.
All right.
Wow, I
we need a
did it.
break.
I apologize.
Wobbly, you're so talkative
I dropped
tonight.
An S-bomb. I dropped an S-bomb.
You're fine.
No,
The
you're
S-bomb-
fine.
No, the
That's
S-bomb's okay.
fine. Just don't
It's
let it
the
be a
F word.
gateway.
Yeah, it's the F-bomb that gets
Oh,
us
the
in
F-bomb.
trouble.
Don't let it be a gateway
I
to
don't
the
think I'll be dropping
FC
any of
or
those.
B
I'm surprised
word.
I
All
dropped an
right.
S-bomb. I'm usually pretty good.
No, you're fine.
I mean,
Thanks,
poor,
Mark.
Wobbly,
poor
you
Mark,
there?
Mark was like,
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
he's just muted. Yeah.
Are you? Yeah, you were muted, and I was like, man, you got to jump in. I know you had a lot to say, probably.
Oh,
Or are
I
you
think
pretty
he's the
tired
type.
from this morning?
He's listening. He's taking it all in. Trust me, I can almost feel him. It's like he's listening, trying to like put it all together in his head, because it's hard when we have a panel like this. This is not easy, Mark. I mean, it's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge, and a lot to say, and everything has meaning. So I'm going
And
to
it's
give
nice
everybody
that
their.
they've talked about their you know, emotional responses, because this is heavy stuff. It's heavy.
Yes, it is. Well,
And
and 9/11 is another one that it's a betrayal, a
right.
huge. And I'm sure Ralphie was over there like sitting on his hands, like biting his lip, because 9/11 is another one of his deep dives.
This
And-
is what I'm going to do tonight. Okay. When we get done with this, I am going to end this this meeting and recall everybody right back on the same meeting. Okay? That way
Okay.
there's no confusion. So I've learned to do something a little different from working with John's show on earlier on Wednesdays and also on Sunday nights. So I'll just restart the same meeting. And then what we will do is after the second time we use this same chat room, we'll go to the after show, and
Okie
I'll
dokie.
add and I'll give everybody the links for that doesn't have the link, which would be Wobbly. I don't know, Wobbly, if you want to stick around for the after show or not,
Sure, why
because
not?
we go another hour after. Sometimes after this, and sometimes we bring in other crazy people and good people in the after show, and
I
you'll get
like
to meet.
crazy.
And yeah, crazy's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah,
So we can follow
that's
threads
kind
that
of where I'm going to head with that. We're going to get cut off on this, so I'm going to hang up right now, and I'm going to bring us right back. All right,
Sounds
and then you
good.
can take it right up to the 57-minute mark. Then, all right,
do we hang
That,
up?
copy that.
all right. I'm going to end this meeting. Call everybody right back.
I really, it was
There you go.
important what I said to him, because it's not something I say very often to him, that I really am super proud of him, because it's not easy, and I know it's not easy for him. I know it's not.
Mhm.
It's a battle all the time, and he gets, like, when he sees now, like, he's not like me, where I have, because maybe because of my dreams, because of what I was shown, I have a real strong belief in how this is going to end. So I'm okay with everything that's going on. I can see different patterns occurring. I'm good with those patterns. Ralphie's not like that. He's more of he's the military guy. He's like, enough is enough. We need to go in there. We need to just destroy everything and everyone that had anything to do with this and start again. And that is a very militant way to look at it. That's how they do things. Where I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work, because there's too much collateral damage. You can't do that. You can't collaterally take out half the country. You have to do it. It's got to be the way it is, because you have to have a larger awareness of what's occurred.
Well,
And what
would he feel vindicated when it happens? Because I know, from, us that share
Oh
these
well,
things. I mean,
who's
you can't share it with anybody
who's
else.
who's crazy, DK? No, not you. Oh, nah, not you. We all get a little. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, you're a good guy. Anyways, DK, we got a pretty full room over there in D Live, and also over on Kick. Thank you all for tuning in, Svetlana and Truth, our reality, and let's see who else we got over there. MC, you're still over there in there too. Shout out to anybody that you know it's in there as well. And if you know anybody that's restreaming us is so no, that'd be Roger. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate you restreaming us wherever Roger is.
He's here.
Yeah, Mike
Hey,
with
Roger.
his mic off. He went for a smoke break because he knows it's the long break.
I have a cat that is like literally yelling
Oh,
at me. He's not even taking breaths.
not. I
You
just
can't hear it.
freaking. I feel sorry for Ref. Poor guy had to sit there and while his wife said all these mushy things about him and stuff. He's probably like all embarrassed and everything.
No, it's not. It wasn't even mushy.
Got
That's the
all
thing. I
lovey-dovey
can
and
be,
shit.
trust me, I can be very lovey-dovey, but I mean, this is just me being clinical and saying, some of the things you guys have been through are not, I mean, women are different. We handle things differently. With men, you're taught not to deal with this shit.
Mhm.
You are really taught to repress this shit. And it's dangerous to repress stuff like that. It really is. It creates a volcanic anger like nothing
Right.
else.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really does.
Mark said that I was being gay because I said he was a beautiful man.
Oh.
Okay, Wobbly. All right. He. Well, what do you think of this? If a guy comes up to you and says, "Hey, you're a beautiful man," what would you say to them? All right. I'm
Wobbly's
waiting,
remaining
Wobbly
mute.
man.
He's remaining mute, purposefully
y-
mute.
Yeah.
I don't blame
Okay. I mean, he's our he's filling in tonight for David Campione because we're going from Coast Guard to an actual Navy veteran tonight. Yeah. So maybe we got the upgrade, maybe not. I don't know. What do you think, Wobbly?
I think we're both the same. Just, there's a difference. Shallow water, deep water.
He did cutters, I think. So we got about 30 seconds until we come back off break. He was in Vietnam as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, both of them. So
Actually, I was in North Vietnam.
here's your
Oh, wow.
countdown.
Tell the
Let's hear
story?
more about this when we come back
No,
on
I
here.
can't. I can't.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now, Nance.
Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. It's 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 13th, and we are storming through the month of August. Like, it is just being plowed down in front of us day after day. It just seems like time is moving at a rate of speed that's insane right now. A lot going on. Like I said, it's been it's an interesting time to be alive. It really, really is, because there's a lot happening. Some of it we're seeing, some of it we're not. Some of it, like I said, this is all just a gigantic production, a lot of it. And you can see that it's a gigantic production if you're paying attention, because words and actions are not matching. And very interesting things are occurring behind the scene. So again, it's and I know, like Jason had mentioned, the federal troops being moved into DC area. Trust me, that is not because they're trying to cap down on crime. That's because they're getting ready to make some very major arrests.
Yeah.
And probably about 46% of the country is not going to be happy with those arrests. And about 20% of those 46% are going to react very violently to those arrests. And yep, we're not playing those games. Not going to be allowed, nor should it be allowed.
Good. No, yeah, that's good.
I mean, I know a lot of people disagree with me because they think it's almost an exercise of tyrannical power. But I'm like, you know what? You've been under tyrannical power for the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 decades. And you just didn't know it.
Right.
Because our nation's capital should never have been desecrated the way it was. ever. And I mean ever. Like when I was there on January 6th, 2021, which I was there, folks, not in the Capitol, but as Rafi will attest to, no, I was not in the Capitol, but I was there. I saw what happened. And I can tell you what they reported and what happened, two different animals. I can't tell you for a fact that to have almost 1 million people in such a small area and not one piece of trash left on the ground is an amazing concept to people who live in Washington, D.C. I was humiliated by the way our Capitol was. Absolutely embarrassed. Said it multiple times to Raphael. Could not frickin' believe the state and condition our nation's capital, where we greet dignitaries, was in. I mean, you could not go anywhere close to a subway station because it stank of urine. There were homeless people everywhere. There were homeless tents on the underpasses everywhere. It was embarrassing, and it was humiliating as an American who pays my taxes, and if anything, would like to see a semblance of, I don't know, beauty, decorum, pride in our nation's. I didn't see any of the above. I saw a very desiccated, deteriorating city. And, maybe it was, that we should have taken that as a warning sign that, they were not putting the money where they were telling us they were putting the money. But it was allowed to happen. And the powers that be that were in control, and yes, Democrats and Republicans alike, folks, and I know there's some Republicans that listen to this show who are not going to like that. Don't care.
Yeah.
Because it takes two to tango. Both sides of the coin are on the same damn coin. And what they're counting those coins and they're pocketing them.
Yeah.
So,
and if they're not being, coerced, by having stuff put on their computers and,
well, even so, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I have limited sympathy for that because, again, it comes down to a choice. Do you allow heinous crimes to come about and be committed for decades, not just a few years? Do you allow future generations to be decimated because somebody put something on your computer? Because
I'm
there's
just
a
saying,
chance
if
that
they
your
weren't dirty
reputation
to
can be
begin
ruined?
with, if they weren't dirty to begin with, they, they
Yes.
play ball. I'm just saying, what Brennan and those people did,
It's not,
you
but it wasn't just them. I mean, there's a reason Trump had not just Obama's portrait, but George Jr. and George
Yep.
Sr.'s portraits moved from the public portico of the White House and hidden from the public. And that happened last week. And I said, if y'all don't think something's going on by now, I got nothing for you.
And that's one of the
moved
hard
those
things
three-
to assimilate.
Yep,
to
he
find out all
moved
this
those
stuff.
three portraits out of public view. That right there should tell you there's something big going down, guys. Really big. And it needs to happen.
Well, what it is, if in the day, this would have been a false flag. They would have at least had some kind of budget, told us, there was a mass banging, all these people, and then rolled out the the posse comitatus. By the way, this is illegal. This is against this is against our Constitution. There's something called posse comitatus, which is you're not allowed the military for
Obama
policing nothing.
Obama undid that.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Lovely. Well, I'm glad I learned. See, this is like how you crowdsource the truth here. I learned something there. But so now what they do, or actually, then they went from false flags to, you know what? Let's just tell them a scary story. We're not even going to do a Boston unbombing or a the next mass banging that we have 15 crisis actors at, etc. We'll just tell you a scary story. Here, friends, we didn't even get told a scary story. We just heard, stop talking about Epstein. Stop talking about Epstein. Stop talking about Epstein for about 2 weeks, and then finally, seems like the remedy, and what they really think is going to be the remedy. We're just going to send our own gang out, the military, i.e., I guess National Guard or whatever.
But we were
I've
told the
seen
National
some
Guard was going to
footage.
be deployed. We were told multiple
Yeah,
times they were going to
it's
be
really
deployed to multiple cities. And the thing is with Epstein, I have no doubt the whole thing is going to come out with Epstein. But again, as long as Trump's saying don't put it out, they're going to insist on it coming out. It's a reverse psychology move.
Mhm.
And it's really simple if you look at it at its face.
I will
Whatever
be
Trump
super
says he doesn't
surprised
want.
if we're ever
Yep.
on this panel discuss, and I will eat my shorts in front of you. You know what I mean, in front of the panel or whatever.
Just wait.
If that ever comes out, but yeah,
there's
nah,
too
nah,
many-
that's because
put it
that's
this
his
way.
boy. I mean, that's his
There's
buddy.
two-
You know what I mean?
No, dude, he led
Yeah.
the prosecution against Epstein in 2008 in the state of Florida. He was one of their main prosecutorial witnesses
Oh yeah,
until the
definitely.
FBI stepped in. Yeah, because
You know who
Epstein
introduced him to
recruited
Melania?
from Mar-a-Lago. I mean, that's the
Right,
thing.
right.
He went after a
Right.
14-year-old girl at Mar-a-Lago in the late 90s, and that was actually
Right,
in the
so-
paper.
Right, so then you understand he's cool with that. You know what I mean? That's his it's his
No.
buddy. He's down with
No,
that. He's a
dude,
pedo
he-
protector.
He threw
No.
him out of Mar-a-Lago and banned him from the estate completely.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
the narrative. I understand that, but the pictures say else. The pictures say it
But
very.
those pictures are
different.
also they're early 1990s. He never wrote on the Lolita. I can tell you that because I have the Lolita's logbook.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the
Never there.
Lolita. Most of that
He
stuff
cuddled-
that didn't happen on any of the islands there. You know, because it's not just
Right.
one island
It happened
either.
in New
It
Mexico.
mostly happened, well, not even there, not even at the $72 million mansion in that Wexner
York.
gave him. Most of
Yeah.
these things, first of all, when you blackmail somebody, one of the first 3 major rules is never ever on your own property. You know, always on a neutral territory, like a hotel or something. I mean, it could be fancy schmancy, whatever, but that otherwise people can look at it and say, yo, that's your house. You know, you're now, it's shady with this. We can tell you're the one that wanted him to be blackmailed. But
They're
again,
not related. They're not
We're
related at all.
gonna go to patterns here. What happened back in 2016 through 2018? What was the one thing what were the Democrats harping on? Because I can tell you point blank what it was. It was his tax returns. And he said, you're not getting my tax returns. Nope, don't have to show you my tax. It's not giving you my tax returns. You don't need my tax returns. Bugger off on the tax returns. Stop
Well,
talking
we'll
about the
see.
tax returns. And what happened?
Maybe let Epstein. Maybe he'll let it all out or whatever. I doubt it, but
It's not going to be Trump that lets it all out. It's going to be the Democrat. They're going to be their authors of their own demise. It's
Exactly, because their names are on it. Their names.
Yep. It's
All of
brilliant.
all of
names
their
are
names
on
are
it.
on it. This is as
Yes.
bipartisan as it gets, friends.
Yes.
Yep.
So
And
that's why
they're
it
that's
has
bringing
what
to
I've
out
be
been trying
Obama's
to
name.
say.
That was the first thing they tried to throw. Well, let's throw the Obamas under the bus and see if that works. And Obama said, yeah, it's cool. That's what I'm here for. You know, I'm down for that. And then that didn't work. And now they're doing this DC thing. They're sending people at 3 a.m. Up to people who aren't even smoking cigarettes
Actually,
to
no, they've
inform
got
them. You know, you're
Obama.
not allowed to smoke cigarettes outside. You're not allowed to drink. Just
No.
making sure you're not.
They've got Obama. They've got Obama. He's done. He's done.
Yeah.
Hillary's done. They've got him
Yeah,
on the
I've been-
Russiagate.
I
Now they're
just
going
don't
after
know.
the
I've been
middle
hearing it
guys.
for so long. I've been hearing it since before I knew what the real deal was with 9/11. It's just a,
Yep,
a really
they've
long
got-
time.
Like I said, it takes, Rafi made a point earlier, and it's something I've been telling him because he gets very impatient with how things are happening. And
No, but
I've
I
said
was
to him many
told like
times,
next year, next month, next.
Oh,
no,
of course.
definitely next. There was,
but there was
next week,
never,
the
there
2nd
was
of
never-
January, the 17th of October. It was.
there was
I
never
mean,
a
the Q-
timeline. That was
Yeah,
the
the
thing.
Q movement
And
was
it's a
very serious about moving that
military mission,
goalpost.
and you have to hit 11.3. You got to
Well,
hit it,
it's-
and we hit it. We hit it.
Okay.
in Washington D.C.
Again, in the Q
Yeah.
movement, because I've been in the Q movement since the Q movement started. I've been in with that group
The
since the
psyop
FBI
that
and all.
keeps people that otherwise would be on the front line of
got-
fighting scumbaggery
No.
to sit around and wait for the plan.
No,
Well,
no
it has
good.
to go
Again,
according to law
George
and order.
W. Bush used to
Military.
say the same thing. He said, stay the course. when they went over to Iraq and just stepped up in
1,000
there
points
and
of
blamed
light.
it on 9/11. And
They
he'd say,
say
stay
they
the
lost.
course.
He lost me
Trust
with
the
1,000 points of
plan, stay
light.
the course.
It was
Similar,
I
no?
knew too much about the NWO when the 1,000 point of lights
Yeah.
speech was given.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that was 1,000 points of light. And
an
that was
idiot.
exactly 10 years before 9/11 to the day.
I
That was
know,
on
I
September
know.
11th, 1991.
But it's
But
not.
this-
Here's what I'm trying to say. Even with the Q movement, again, because Vicky knows this, I've been involved with that since like before it was the Q movement. It literally, there was in the very beginning, you had very good drops, like Bruce Orr, information that nobody had. We were getting, and we were digging. It got infiltrated. As soon as they realized that the information was accurate, the boards were infiltrated. And Q told us that the boards are
Yeah.
infiltrated. So we knew. We knew that it was being used as a psyop. We knew that the boards were infiltrated. We knew that they were going to try to move the ball around to get people looking in places they shouldn't be looking. But we
and to
also
protect the
knew-
real information.
That's when I just do my
Yes.
own job and I don't outsource it. And I just, revert to papyrus and just do my own research.
Yeah,
Well,
but
again,
you
there was a
have the
pattern.
law of war
There was-
manual. They have to
It
follow
wasn't just that. There was a pattern to Q drops to be able to discern different things. And if you recognize patterns, you would see it. That's why they chose autists, because
Yeah, no, I
autists
remember.
see
I remember the
patterns.
very first Q drop, 17th of October. I come around just almost a year before then, about 9 months before the first Q drop is when I
So
came.
you knew the
to this
FBI,
info.
then you were watching FBI Anon drops if you were around that long. And like I said,
Yeah,
before
indeed.
FBI Anon, you had the pushes on Seth Rich, because Seth Rich was on 2chan. So again,
hashtag his name was Seth Rich.
I mean, he
The guy, Sean, I forget the other fella that they said OD'd, and he never used drugs, but he
Is he
OD'd
white?
on fentanyl and
No, that was,
benzodiazepine. The guy who served, he's like, I served her. And then 3 days later, the poor kid was dead. His name was, I believe, Sean something or another.
well, you had,
Yeah.
dude, let me tell you, you had so many things that were occurring during these time periods. That was when Michael Taggart, supposedly drove his car into a tree, but it blew up before it hit the tree. And he was saying that the FBI was after him, but it was
Michael
really interesting.
Hastings. Michael
Yes, because
Hastings, yep. And
Here's the fun
the owner
part.
was like 10 blocks away or whatever, like literally
Yep.
10 blocks away.
But here's the fun thing about that, because again, you forget I'm a CEH, I'm a hacker. So I'm very familiar with black hat hackers and white hat hackers. And not even a week after that, we lost a black hat hacker by the name of Barnaby Jack. Barnaby Jack invented the technology that would have enabled that car to blow before it hit the tree remotely. That was him. He invented that code. So I'm like, I remember saying to Raphael, well, we know they used Barnaby Jack's freaking code to do that because he's now dead of an OD at a black hat convention, which no, that doesn't happen.
Right.
I said,
Isn't it? Can I just say something real quick? Isn't it interesting how it seems to me for a number of years that was their go-to method? I guess poke you with a needle that had benzodiazepines and fentanyl and just say that you got high. And then doesn't it seem like they went back to the whole suicide, killed himself. Obviously in jail, I get it. That's going to be maybe the only thing you can say. But so many other where people have been suicided rather than fentanyled out.
Well, it's funny because they're not even now they're just throwing them off buildings. I mean, how many have we seen
Yeah, I
in the
guess
last
so, right?
Yeah, I mean, the last year we've seen multiple quote unquote accidents or suicides.
Oh, right, the accident. Sure,
And
you're
not
right.
just
you're
where
in
right.
people
Russia.
fell off, they got drunk and fell off a 27th story of a building. It's like, what? I mean, but they've been doing this for their whole lives, getting drunk, and they never fell off a building. Okay. And they all had something very interesting to say.
Uh-huh.
So again, like I said, they're still trying to shut people up and shut them. It's like Julian Assange. People connected to Julian Assange are still getting taken out. And he's still sitting on more than a terabyte of information.
Have you guys thought about Maxwell and how he died? He died off the side he accidentally fell off his yacht. And guess who's giving those
Robert
100?
Maxwell, that's priceless.
Let's look at it. Who's giving those 100 names out now? Turning state's evidence.
Yeah. He
His
did a
daughter,
girl.
his daughter.
His little girl.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who was flying the plane for Epstein, and let's forget about all of the
And the
obsession
submarine.
and all the obsession Epstein had when it came to education in the universities. And he was really interested in programs that would turn people into people who were
Yep.
being how would you were there
Manchurian,
were
like
there
Manchurian candidates.
well, it was
Yep.
more than that. Where he wanted to find out how he can make people submissive, basically.
Yep.
MK Ultra.
Yeah.
And, well, more than that. It was more
Yeah.
than that.
He,
It was on a cellular level that he wanted to do it.
and
He was
wa-
actually he wheedled his way into as a chair at Harvard in biotechnology for that exact
Yeah.
reason.
who was
Epstein.
So, oh yeah. Yep.
Oh gosh.
Like I said, there's reasons why Trump went after Harvard. There's reasons why.
Yeah.
You just don't understand it. You don't see it yet. You will.
My dad graduated from that, and he said it's the most decadent. Yeah. No, it's really so liberal. It was. Yeah.
It's not even just the
But
it's not just
but,
liberal, because I mean Skull and Bones was not a liberal society. It just Harvard is just it is the seat of the evil in many, many ways when it comes to education, but they're not
Right.
the only ones.
But you have
There's
to
like
understand Veritas. Harvard
Yep.
is it is the oldest university, and it was supposed to be based on truth. And now look how far they've come. Yeah,
I mean,
hey.
How
guys, when
about
you have
Yale's
like
coat of arms? It
Yeah.
doesn't have one English letter on it. All Yale's coat of arms is completely Hebrew. I find that interesting.
Yep, I'm with you on that. And like I said, they're battling the fact that we're going after them, but education has always been a big hang up with me, because I sit there and say, please somebody explain to me, you educated people, you top tier intelligence people, please explain to me where all the money's going, because how you have the balls to charge somebody $50,000 to $100,000 for you to sit on a video screen and pretty much pick your nose and act like a tyrant about what people are being taught? No, explain to me how this is happening. Explain to me how you have the balls to tax somebody for life on a loan that they needed to try to make their life better, to the amount of something that was more than a house at one point. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
And there's still to this day, and like I said, still to this day, we have no explanation on it. And honest to God, it's gonna the student loans are gonna tip our economic system completely over, because it's trillions of dollars in debt. Trillions.
Just remember what our friend said. There's got to be slaves and slave masters, and they'll never allow any other system. And the whole point is to keep everybody in debt.
I got to take us out to a break. Final break of the evening before Mark has a heart attack. We shall return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break.
All the slaves have to do is not obey. That's how you get away with that.
What?
As far as the
Yeah,
slave
well, the
system you were
slaves
just
are-
talking,
As we
is to not obey.
Hey, did you guys hear some of the other names besides the Clintons that are supposedly, I shouldn't say supposedly, they are being, called up to quote unquote testify. They're being subpoenaed. Loretta Lynch? What?
You
Eric
accepted that.
Eric
Clearly.
Holder?
Yeah,
The
they're
false flag
bad.
king? Mr. Sandy, and God knows what else. Wow, the names. I was thinking of Tarmac Gate when I heard Loretta Lynch. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
When, I think it was either Bill or Hillary, one of them. They got right out of the plane.
Bill.
Yeah, but it was
It
Bill.
was
That's
Bill.
right. I'm talking to Loretta
And
Lynch,
Hillary-
top cop, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
2 days later, Hillary was cleared of her email scandal after that meeting.
That's
So-
right. I remember now. Yeah, what's his name?
Yep.
Comey, James Comey. I remember somebody saying he's a Boy Scout. Yo, they called him a Boy Scout on
no.
MSNBC or whatever. I'll never forget. Actually, I totally forgot is what I was trying to say. Who said that? I wish I could remember who said that, but I can't. Called him a Boy Scout. You know what? I think it was John McCain. I think John McCain
Yeah,
was
good
trying
old
to tell us
ultimate Boy
he was
Scout,
a
right?
Boy Scout.
Boy Scout.
Good old Songbird. I said when John McCain died, I was like, John McCain, the guy who ran his last election was based off of getting rid of the ACA. And then when it came down to it and they went to vote on it, he voted to keep the ACA. I said, so you got to start looking at his finances. And then you find out that he's making all his money because he had invested in the carriers that were allowed to be included on the ACA. I was like, that's what I was trying to tell people to begin with. Guys, you idiots. You don't have national health care. You have Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein and John McCain health care because they own the commanding interests in the only carriers that are on the platform. You idiots.
Oh, but by the way, Larry is just digging the show tonight.
Hi,
He
Larry.
said my face is hot listening to this.
Welcome back, Larry. Because is that Larry Hersman?
Yeah, over on
Yep.
Facebook.
Tell him welcome back. I hope he enjoyed his Viking retreat. You pissed me off. I was seeing all those pictures going, I want to be there. I want to be there.
Viking.
Yeah, what's up with the Vikings? They got two guys that are not gonna be, but are cheerleaders. Two guys.
Oh, I saw that.
Minnesota Vikings.
I
Oh,
saw that.
Wow,
These
and wow.
shield maidens.
They're getting clobbered too for it. They're
And they should.
Between that and Baskin and Robbins releasing the frickin' commercial with what's her face, the jeans model, and she's like licking the cone, and it's their rainbow ice cream, and I'm like, oh,
Or
shots
the
fired.
WNBA.
Shots fired. So I mean, I think people are finally starting. Now there's also a sorority that they're all white girls, and it's one of the. I think it's one of the Alpha Beta. I forget what it is. It's one of the bigger sororities, but they did these commercials. It's called Jeans Girl Day, and they have all their girls doing these like line dances in jeans, basically promoting their sorority. And I'm like, yeah, people have they're showing that they've had it with the woke. They've really had it with the woke, and it's like, yeah. And now I think they're doing it for comedy effect because of the meltdowns. That the people who thought they were so empowered, they're finding out they're not so empowered.
Ooh,
And
that's a bit-
The
they're
people
not
that told
idiot.
Budweiser to go do it were people they actually paid money to learn how to promote their own brand. I mean, they should be. I hope they were fired quickly.
Oh God, there's bad ideas, and then there's historically, like, you will be remembered 2,000
Anyways,
years.
here's your
Bad
countdown coming up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live on the radio side right now.
10:30 p.m. on the nose, Wednesday, August the 13th. This is the last half of our show, The Vixen's Fault. Welcome in, everybody. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. When we went off air, we were talking about all the crazy conspiracies and what might be happening, what might not be happening, what some of us see is happening, and others are like, nope, been here too long, listened to it for too long, I've had it, I've walked away from that whole thought process. Again, it's funny because I say this all the time, and when I like really commit to something, when I say, okay, I'm in, I do not give up. And I usually don't jump in unless I really, either my gut is kicking the crap out of me saying this is correct, or I'm seeing so many patterns that are adding up where I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, just logically speaking, this is correct. And, to Jason's credit, he was saying earlier, the PSYOP. Yeah, of course Q is a PSYOP. You'd have to be an absolute moron to think it was not a PSYOP. But was it the Russian back? They say there was that Russian PSYOP back in the 1920s. No, because you would have to be the biggest moron on the planet to give a bunch of audits correct information that led them to files that they would never have found if they didn't have this information that gave them evidence to your wrongdoings. Stupidest psyop ever. Backfired in a major way, if that was the case.
Well,
Really
it kept
backfired.
a lot of people on the couch that would have otherwise been on the front line of fighting scumbaggery, waiting to trust the plan that just didn't work out. And we're
Yeah.
here in
But even
25.
January
It didn't
6th,
work
we were-
out. I mean, that's just where we're at.
Even
You know, we're not in we're
January
in 2025.
it's
Well,
funny
no,
because
it
they
is
said
working out. You just are
it is.
bending.
It was the long, and we knew it was going to be a long haul because
Yeah, they
Q
did tell
said it
us.
multiple
They did
times. It
tell
was going to
us.
be a long haul. But it was like, it was funny because like January 6th, people point to that. They say, well, that was a Q thing. Do you know, I can tell you there were only a handful of people there who actually followed Q. I was one of them. And there weren't too many. We knew who was there. We knew who was in the crowd. We were in contact with others, I can tell you that, who were not there. We did know that laptops got stolen. And we knew that was not the Q movement. We knew that was the military that did that. So we had information on ground, but I can tell you the number one piece of information was to not go in the Capitol. We were not to do anything. If the president wanted us to do something, we would be told to do it. Otherwise, do not act on your own. That was the number one.
Yes, that was said. Yes, you're right. It was.
But there was
And-
people arrested that didn't go in the Capitol. There was people arrested 2-3 years.
Trust me. The
They
girl
were
that
just barely in the city. So I mean,
Because
that's
it was-
really, it's not really relevant.
It was a setup.
Yes. In fact, we worked with one, Rafi and I worked with one locally. We worked with two of his representatives. He was a spec ops guy. God, what was his name? Jeremy Brown.
Yeah.
And we knew Jeremy's girls that were representing him. We worked with them while they were trying to, because he was set up so badly, it was not funny. It was really not funny. Jeremy did get released, by the way, from jail in February, but they held him longer than the other J6ers that were released pretty much immediately because they were trying to say that he had explosives and all this. But again, it was all part and parcel to an illegal search warrant that should never have happened to begin with. And number two, Jeremy always said they weren't his. They were planted there. And I believe that because I saw what happened after J6 and the people that they went after.
And they had videos of people,
Dude,
faking it.
I mean, the girls that went with us, we had some friends that we met locally whose their ride fell through. So we drove them to DC and drove them home. And apparently they were in a line of fire for tear gas and they were not in the Capitol. They weren't even close to the steps of the Capitol. And I tried to say to people, you don't understand. They were lobbing that tear gas way out. I mean, into the parking lots and everything. So into like peaceful crowds that weren't doing anything. Well, our friend was one of those people that got the tear gas canister landed right next to them. And her 18-year-old daughter were affected by it. And apparently, because everybody left very early the next morning. And it was funny because they're in the truck with us. And Rafi and I, our eyes start tearing as we're, and I'm like, God, we're watching the National Guard come in as we're driving out, and eyes are tearing. And all of a sudden, when their mother looks up, and I was like, and she's telling us about getting tear gas. And I looked at her and go, did you take a shower? And she's like, no, there's no time. And I'm like, oh my God, open the window. Oh my God, we're being gassed. Holy crow. But I mean, yeah, there was a lot going on there. When they say that the DC police were, helping people, no, they were not. We were watching older women get pushed around. I mean, not like I'm considered older. I'm 55. We're talking elderly women getting roughed up, pushed around for no reason. We watched, I can't even begin to tell you what we saw. In fact, Rafi he helped somebody who I explained to him later because I have the video of it, where literally the guy fell off the side of the Capitol building. I was like, oh crap, the guy you gave the water bottle to, he's the guy that fell off the side of the Capitol building. But it was not, Raphael, you can attest to this. There was no violence in that crowd.
Not on
There
the
was no
outside.
violence.
I didn't see any. I stuck around to cover it, and but nothing smelled right, and that's what really struck me as odd. It just did not make any sense from a security control standpoint. What they were doing. I mean, there was no the barricades weren't up. There was no line out in the controlling the crowd. Everybody, all their officers were on top of the building, looking down as if, what, you're going to drop down a hail of bullets to stop this? No, I don't think so.
Yep.
They're just none of it added up. And
people bought it though.
people
That's
bought
what
it.
kills me.
But this is what I've
Ah,
been trying to say. We don't have a constitutional government. We have a, what the hell are you going to do about a government?
Yep.
They believe that they rule you, and like I said, one of the pieces of vernacular that's made it into the lexicon of American English is the term lawfare, and
mhm.
I think that goes back centuries. They pass all these unconstitutional laws, and then it takes years to get it undone.
Yep.
And then it's only for a limited scope, and then they'll just vote it in again at a later date. And this is the problem. Yeah, and
Yep.
this is the problem though. They keep everybody trying to tread above water, trying to make ends meet, whatever else. In the meantime, they're pushing through agendas left and right, and if you catch on to it, they'll just wait till later on to change it into another name, but it's still the same thing, or they'll slip it into something at last second that needs to be passed, like the NDAA, and that's how they keep pushing all this unconstitutional stuff through. It doesn't mean it's constitutional. It doesn't mean that it's right. It just means that it is now the letter of the law, which is why they push people to enforce the letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law.
Yep.
They don't
And if they do
want
fix something, they screw up 4 things as they're fixing the one, and that's
It's because it's a bait and switch.
Yeah,
And it's
yes.
very well planned. It's a very well
Support.
planned bait and switch.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's like what happened
Effective.
on January 6th. One of my big arguments when the press kept saying the word insurrection, I was laughing because I'm like, insurrection? No, if it was an insurrection, y'all be dead. Okay, you wouldn't even
Yeah.
be here to report on it because there are that many people there. You would have not stood a chance in hell had it been an insurrection. Not only that, but a seated, duly elected president was giving a speech in our nation's capital, and he called upon his followers to come listen to him. How is that insurrection when he is still the president?
Yeah.
Because on January 6th, he was. It doesn't matter if you have a president-elect. Donald Trump was in power at that time. So, yeah, it's not an insurrection, not even close to an insurrection. Not even close.
But
Not,
people
and that's why
bought
they,
it.
but they couldn't charge anybody with insurrection, which I thought was funny as hell. I'm like, yeah, tell me one person that got charged with insurrection. You can't, because anybody who was, they had to drop it because it was not insurrection. We're not even close. Now,
There's a
they
team
held-
called WWOW News. They did something called and I ask everybody who hears my voice, check this out. Google it. You'll find it. It's real easy. WOOZE, I believe. WWOW News, and it's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 minutes. That's everything wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 minutes. And you will be, you won't be surprised about a lot of it, actually. I mean, you were there, but I bet you'll see a lot of interesting stuff there that maybe you didn't see or whatever. I mean, the whole Ashley Babbitt thing, that is,
God.
or Ashley Nielsen or whatever her real name is, the ex-Air Force gal. There's
That's-
shady stuff around
we
that.
can-
The whole thing was shady.
Well, we can tell you, Rafi and I can tell you for a fact, one of the guys that was with Ashley, and this is like a good hour after the shooting, is out on the parapet of the Capitol, covered in blood, screaming, they shot her, they killed her. I mean, yelling. There's no cops stopping him. He wasn't questioned. And I remember looking at Raphael going, what am I watching right now? Why
And
is
even
he
Ashley
standing
wasn't
up there?
covered in blood. She had a
Yeah,
tiny
why
little
is
bit
he?
of blood leaking out
Why
of her
is
mouth
he?
and then a little bit by her neck. So I
Yeah,
wonder how he got covered in blood.
How is this happening right now? And then the fact that there were obvious operators in that crowd. I mean, to the point where Rafi and I were laughing and picking them out because
That is one of the biggest things you'll see on Everything Wrong with the Capitol riot in 21 minutes. Yeah, they show so many of them that are getting paid and whatever. Indeed.
Oh God, that and the Antifa in the crowd. No, the operators were not wearing masks. They were smarter than that. But the Antifa kids.
Yeah, the
that's
one
how
guy's like, we can take that place, and so trying to get people to act out.
It was the way they walked. And I said that to Rafi. It's something I've always said, that I can pick out what branch of the military somebody served in by their walk.
That's funny.
It's a sad. I told you. I have said this to Rafi many
Downtown
times.
New
They
York
all
on
walk
9/11, you could tell the same thing too. They all have the same exact khakis. They're all between like 24 and like 36 years old. They all have the exact same build. I mean, it's so weird. And they usually have a backpack, sometimes not.
And a cap, a hat. Like a hat. No masks, though. They were smart enough not to do the masks. And I said that there is no MAGA on the planet that is going to mask up. That is the thing. They won't do it. I said that's one of the things that MAGA stands on, is the masks are absolutely suicidal. Why would you do that? It's going to make you sick.
Well,
I was like, so.
I mean, isn't the fake people? They put the mask on.
That's what I'm saying. The Antifa, you can tell who's Antifa. Number one, their age range. Number two, they were hanging out of trees. Number three, they were wearing masks hanging out of trees. It's like, what are you, retarded? Oh, sure, you belong with us and the crowd that's surrounding us that's between the ages of average 40 and 80. Yeah, of course you do. I mean, and that was the other thing I found amazing, was how many elderly people were there.
And do you remember the guy in Chambers that was hanging from the mezzanine or whatever you want to call it? Yeah. And where it was hanging from, I mean, you could tell it was for posing for a photo, but it was right where it said annuit coeptus, right where it said that, if you remember. He had a backpack on, helmet on, etc. Trying to look like Antifa, but I mean, I don't know for 100% sure, but I would say 99 point whatever. That has to be one of the so-called FBI actors or whatever. I mean, it was just so like, okay, I gotta get down from this mezzanine, but let me hang here for just a moment. Like, literally, let me just hang around for 5 seconds while you snap a perfect photo. The other thing that was off,
that nobody ever questions, that Rafi and I were like, really, was the timeline. The timeline that the press gave, and that was actually, that occurred, and most of us have on video, was wrong. I'm like, Trump was late. He was Trump. Trump is late for everything. He was like 40 minutes to an hour late starting his speech. Like so the speech went way over. I was like, so when the Capitol was quote unquote being quote unquote invaded, we were all still stuck in the damn park freezing our asses off because he was still talking. Yeah. I was like, all this stuff went down and we're all in the park, like literally frostbitten. In fact, we had to go back to the hotel because I couldn't feel my feet. I said to Rafi, I can't feel my feet. We got to go. I got to change my shoes because I'm so cold. I can't feel any of my extremities right now. And that was like more than half of the crowd went back to their rooms because they were cold. They were wet because it was a really like misty, semi-rainy afternoon. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I said, Ralphie will back me up on that. Trump was late. He went over. Yeah. A lot of this stuff happened while we were all still in the park. So a
lot of people didn't even know that all that stuff had happened.
Yeah. No, well, we knew something had happened because we saw like a line of police cars go flying by our hotel as we were heading out to the MARTA. And so we knew something had gone down, but I mean, most people were still trying to figure out where they were going. Mm-hmm. And you got to, half these people have never been to DC before. So it was kind of like me when I decided I wasn't going to stay any longer because I looked at Ruffy and he wanted to stay and film. And I was like, I'm out of here. You know, they're lobbing gas way out. This is not why I was called here. I was called here to be a witness for the president, not to be part of any of this. So I'm going back to the hotel. And my happy ass didn't realize that GPS was not functional because, yeah, there were way too many people there. And so, I couldn't figure out how to get back to the MARTA. So here I am in my gigantic red Trump jacket that can't be missed for a mile and walking through the middle of what we'll just call not so greatville, DC, that is not where any white people exist. Yeah, here I is, little blonde hair, green eyed, red jacket in the middle of the worst area of DC possible. And got stopped by these two guys on a bike. Both of them are on bikes, 10 speeds. They told me they were bloggers. And no, I've been doing video and radio for how many years at this point, and I'm looking at their gear going, oh, their government.
Yeah.
And they wanted to know why I was there and did I know where
I was going to say,
And I'm
especially
like,
on bike. Especially on a bike. That's so
oh,
government.
it gets better. It gets better because I explained to them how I ended up where I was. I was like, I'm totally spun around. I know eventually it's going to dump somewhere that's familiar, but I said, I can't remember the name of the hotel because my husband made the reservation, but I can tell you, I can see the statue of Admiral Farragut from my hotel room. And so like, oh, we know what hotel you're in. They literally escorted me to my hotel. It was that bad. And when we stopped, the guy says, can I use your cell phone? I need to call my mom and let her know I'm okay.
You gotta be kidding me.
It gets better.
Hell no, you can't use my cell phone.
I know. I let him use my cell phone because I was like, I got nothing to hide. I don't give a shit. Go ahead, use my cell phone. So he calls it, what he says is his mother. He speaks like two lines, and what I swear to God, and I told Rafi this, I swear it was Mandarin.
He just needed that line to connect to whatever he was calling.
Well, when I called, the line he called was in Langley, Virginia.
Ooh,
see, there you go.
Langley, CIA.
Yeah, and when I called it back, it didn't connect to anything.
So right, the moment it connected, it probably took everything, a copy of everything in your phone, or could have anyway.
Oh, if it did have done.
There's something called a stingray. I think we talked about this on the first show, didn't we? Talk about the stingray. That's right. Yeah, yeah. They didn't destroy my phone, thank goodness. Like a couple of my buddies had theirs completely wiped. But yeah, it was 2021. It was the first time it's 2020. It was the first time that COVID-19 became a thing in terms of like, well, we're down here for the commemoration of 9/11, and they're also swabbing people and such. And they did it that year. I couldn't even get for 2 minutes onto YouTube, and I couldn't get for even 30 seconds onto DLive and Twitch and all that stuff. Yeah, they had a whole bubble on that.
Yep. But like I said, it was I remember telling Rafi about it when he got back to the room, and I was like, yeah, pretty sure they were government. I don't care. I said I had nothing to hide. I said I did what I said I was going to do when I was here. That was the end of that. I said I didn't partake in anything.
Wearing matching khakis?
Dude, no, they were all in black. They were dressed completely in black.
Oh,
yep. And like I said, but it was their gear that gave them away. And like I said, I'm looking at their mics and everything, and I'm like, yeah, no, that is not blogosphere gear there. That is like high, very expensive stuff. So little did they know that I do a radio show and I was really familiar with gear.
Exactly. You know what a GoPro is. These guys have got a GoPro. That guy's not even better than that, you know.
Oh, God. And I just remember thinking, well, pretty sure nobody I'm connected to said anything that would be even able to be construed as insurrectionist. But
go
ahead.
I'm gonna say one more thing because I know we're getting ready to go, but when you talked about my emotional roller coaster, what people don't understand is that, when you do commit your life to serving your country and you find out that it's corrupt to its core, that there's a reason why we cannot fix anything. That's why we, whether it was the war on drugs or immigration or anything else, we always had our hands tied behind our backs, and nothing ever worked and never took root. And then you find out that it's all by intent. And you go through an emotional process that I equate to the 7 stages of grief. Basically,
It really is.
your idea of reality as you knew it is dead, and you go through the whole. I don't even know what the 7 stages are, but I know there's denial and there's anger and there's at the end there's acceptance,
bargaining, and yep.
Yeah, I'm somewhat.
This is exactly what I had to deal with when I found out what didn't happen on 9/11.
Yeah, exactly. So here we are. I'm 2025, and my training says that insurrection is what it's going to take. The problem is I also know what toll that will take on American society. We are living in a just-in-time supply chain. One little hiccup and it's a 3-day, 3 days of stuff to the shelves is gone in no time flat. We saw that with the COVID lockdowns, of all things, toilet paper, but then eggs, then whatever. They're already creating food shortages in chickens and eggs and cows and whatever with their diseases. But I got into podcasting not because I seek fame or notoriety. If anything, I just want to be left alone. I'm one of those guys. I just want to be left alone. But I also know that if in order to take back this country, we need to wake up as many people as we can. Because even during the Obama administration, when we had 3%ers willing to step up and fight the government, the problem is even if that 3% took over, was successful in toppling the government, and they had control. The problem is they would then be fighting the other 97% that didn't know what the hell was going on.
Right.
Yep.
That's the problem that we have here in the modern era. It's not like during the Revolutionary War, everybody else was, incommunicado. They had no idea what the hell was going on. In the information age, they can throw out all kinds of different or disinformation because the federal government is middle management at best. We're controlled by global oligarchs that have such broad reach. Even John F. Kennedy tried to warn us about it.
Yep.
People
We'll put it like
people just need to accept that our government is not a legitimate government. That it is not for the American people. It is there to destroy us from within. It's already been, it's the cake has already been baked. The fix is in. The government is not working for you. It is against you. And the thing is, if you pick apart 9/11, the Boston bombing, the COVID,
Sandy Hook.
Yeah, you just pick apart any of these false flags, and you will begin to realize there's a reason why Brzezinski said outright that we cannot allow the people to understand what's going on because, and this was about the financial system. We can't allow the people to understand how the financial system works because it basically we won't be able to fund our works. So that's how when Doge went in, started picking apart budgets. That was basically turning on the spotlight on high and airing out all the dirty laundry. All of a sudden, the roaches started scurrying. And that's exactly what we need to do. If Trump is not successful in routing out the deep state, we're going to have a hard decision to make because then we are going to have to take kinetic action. We have no choice.
But I think that there is working.
Guys, I got to wrap the show. I'm running over. So sorry about that, but we can continue it in the after show. Folks, thank you for listening to the Vison's Vault. Vicky, Jason, Rafi, Mike, Roger, I love you guys. Thank you for joining. Normally, I give you time to give your out, but we don't have the time. We will talk to everybody next week. In the interim, hang in there, guys. Trust me, help is on the way. We're out for the evening.
Good night, John Boy. Night, Mary Ellen.
All right.
All right, folks.
Thank
It was
you,
nice
thank you,
meeting
thank you.
everybody.
Same here.
Raphael, everyone
yeah,
else.
great. Thank you.
Take care.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wobbly,
All right,
glad
guys.
you come in tonight.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
service.
it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
I wish you had been more verbal. I feel bad.
Yeah.
We kind of go off on subjects, and it's like we're all very invested in our subject matter, unfortunately. But
Oh, feel free to clip any of this out and use it for your shows as well. You know, even the first show.
Indeed, same here.
And like I said,
Right.
it's one of the things where, I don't think any of us are afraid to hit topics head on, because we're tired of people being afraid to talk about things. We're tired of, that's how we got in this mess to begin with. Nobody
Indeed.
wanted to talk about things. And it's like, you'd be considered a traitor to the country. You'd be considered this, you'd be considered that. Well, yeah, now look where we are. Now, if you somehow got labeled a traitor or a terrorist by attending an event that a seated president called you to. It's amazing how screwed up things have gotten.
That's
You
not
got to
really,
remember too.
That's not really Wobbly's face, is it?
I don't know.
Okay, in the after show, I want to hear about that. So
Yeah.
but anyways, Wobbly, we really appreciate you coming in tonight, and yeah, and if you can come into the after show once I take and switch us over, we'll be good to go on that as well.
When you
I'm gonna
switch
be,
over, though, this closes. So
he'll call you.
I'm gonna close down a few platforms. We're off on the radio side. We've been off when she closed out. So hold on here. Let me get over here. Thank you, everybody over there on YouTube, and let's see here. Facebook, appreciate you over there. We'll catch up with you another time. Twitch, we're gonna close Twitch out too, and a Telegram, we're gonna be gone from there as well once I take and get this switched off. 1, 2, 3.
Who are all these people? Well, I know
4.
Antonia, I know Lorelei.
And I appreciate.
Okay, I am getting everything set up. I actually had this prepared and forgot to.
All right, welcome to the after show, folks. Let me get everybody in here. Oh, that's the wrong after show. Oops. I will get this going here in just a second. Hold on. Legion of Chaos. And I'll get everybody to join that in just a second. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a time because I was running around doing trying to get everything up and moving and rolling. Let me get the link. Join now. Do. 1, 2, 3. Get wobbly in here in just a second. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm trying to get wobbly in with us and everybody else.
Innovation of mine. This way your car will be waiting when you're finished.
The car will be waiting for your pension. Is that what it says? The car will be waiting for your pension. Mark Edworthy would have really, I think his head would have exploded in that last episode.
Probably. Let me get Jason in here now too. Uh-oh.
I can't wait to see the day Mark's head explodes.
I had that experience.
I don't know
yesterday.
why. Let me get, here we go, Nancy. Get Nancy in here.
I'm going to mute out.
And Jason.
I had that experience yesterday that now I really haven't been able to go back to church, and I haven't, other than, to ask friends to not take the job and to have, emergency supplies and things. I can't say what I know because it is so disruptive, and it is so, and
hold on.
they don't believe me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting DK. DK wants to join. I'm trying.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
I hope he isn't lit. But anyways.
Yeah, you've got COVID right now, don't you, Vicky?
Where I'm just getting over it. I've had it for the last, that's why I wasn't.
Is this your first time?
No, it was actually the second time.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as bad, but it takes a long time to get over. I mean, and it could be because I have other health problems, but yeah.
I had it twice too, and I said the same thing. The second time isn't as bad as the first time, but it still has that like you want to crawl out of your skin kind of feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just,
and especially, did you have trouble breathing?
Yeah. Yes, I did. Not like to the extent that a lot of people have told me, but I've always had a habit of using ibuprofen and Benadryl.
Uh-huh.
And I learned that from an old EMT back in the day. She said that a lot of people freaking don't realize that if you use ibuprofen to help break down like all the buildup in your lungs, and you use Benadryl to freaking dry out freaking the infection that's causing up in your head, it'll clear up a lot of that. So I started doing it, and even when I had COVID, especially when I had COVID, it didn't seem to affect me when it comes to my congestion as bad.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's smart.
Hey, DK, are you there?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, I'm good. Yeah, man.
Oh, good. Yeah,
is MC not coming back for the after show?
I'm trying to get him back in. It keeps bouncing him out.
Who started the show?
I did.
Oh, then it should be okay. That's weird. Is he still on one of the other ones?
He might be.
Yeah, you've got to leave whichever one you're on, MC.
Yeah, not leave, just quit. Exit out.
Yeah. Hang up, whatever.
MC Dirty Work. Jason Quigley. Quigley Down Under, dude. That was a cool freaking movie. You guys ever watch that?
Yeah,
I have
I'm trying to get Nancy back in too, because I thought she was going to continue on a little bit.
I thought so too.
Yeah, same, actually.
You want me to harass her?
She had a lot to say tonight. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, it was good. And I don't know, I was trying to say that I had the experience of the frustration of, we know what we know, but we can't say it because the people aren't ready. All we can do is say, hey, the people, the mission, is made to protect every man, woman, and child, so just don't get upset. freak or anything like that.
Roger, if you see MC, if you're out there listening, and Wobbly too, click that last link that I put in the chat over on. I put it in your Telegram. Let me send the next link over to Wobbly and here we go.
Yeah, I think it's just the problem that people forget to leave the one that they're on, and then they can't get on to the next one. He says he's waiting for someone to let me in.
Yeah, let him in.
Yeah, I don't know.
There he is. There he is.
Doesn't matter.
There he is.
It's Jason.
He's in. Wobbly's in.
There you go.
No, Wobbly.
Wobbly, welcome back. Welcome back.
No, MC's saying that as well. He says he needs someone to let him in.
I don't see a notice here, but let him in if you can. If you see
I don't have it on my screen. That's why I was asking who started it.
Yeah.
Because I have had it pop up once before, and it said like I had to let someone in, and you hadn't noticed it. But this time it's not even on my screen.
Yeah, it's very odd tonight. Maybe they're like I.
Can you send in the link on Telegram?
Yeah, I sent him the link on Telegram.
I don't want to post it in DLive.
No,
that would be a bit silly.
Yeah, because you can't delete it there. You know.
No, because I'm not a mod. My Spear account is.
There he is. He's
No.
here. He's here. He's here.
There we go. Hey, Jason, welcome in. Welcome in. I guess it had to time out or something.
Yeah, no, that was me, man. DK was totally right. I had to leave the other one. I hadn't left the other one, so that was my bad. Getting it though. Thanks, DK.
No, it's sweet as, man. It's generally that. I've noticed it happen on here before. People are still on the last channel thing because he changes every hour. And they're still on the last one, and if they don't leave it, they can't get on to the next one.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Well, we are back and we're streaming, and now I'm starting to get ready to, as you guys talk around, to do some editing while you guys talk. So that's good. So what did you guys think about the stream tonight? And what are we going to be doing?
Oh, the stream was good, but I wanted to add something to the Jan 6 thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was fully into that back when it happened as well. And I had lots of footage, which has, of course, been deleted everywhere. But I had Antifa going into the bushes and changing into MAGA clothing.
Yep, I remember that video. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see? Yeah, I had that saved for a while. Yeah, that got deleted off me. Anything that's actually important or relevant gets deleted, just so you know.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe that the general public believed the insurrection story. I know that that's what MSM put out, but I mean, seriously? I don't know where they got that from. Especially when you had those videos of those people changing into MAGA clothes. And
but see, not everyone saw that. You only found out if you were looking for it. That didn't get put onto mainstream media.
No.
No one realized that they were doing it on purpose, and they were infiltrating it, and they were the ones who did most of the things wrong, and it got used against everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
I actually did an interview on Rumble, I know, probably, close to 6 months ago now, with the most recently accused of insurrection on the 6th. Damn it, I need to go look up his name. I should have done that while I was waiting to get on here. I believe it was Luke someone. He's the most recently accused. He was only accused in August last year. The feds turned up at his house and asked him to be a witness and testify to what he saw. He said no. So several months later, they turn up with warrants arresting him, saying he assaulted cops.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I interviewed him earlier this year, the most recently accused of Jan 6 crimes.
Well, the problem is that D.C. has its own constitution. I mean, it's not real. It's really foreign soil. So
Yeah.
your usual things about law and being charged and all that stuff just went by the wayside, and
Yeah, there's
that was really problematic.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
three.
You know
I
what?
believe there's 3 cities in the world that are a jurisdiction to themselves.
Right.
It is Washington D.C., the center
London.
of London. Yeah, the center of London and the Vatican.
In the
Those
Vatican.
3 are
That's them
completely
3, yep.
exclusive from the countries that they are in. They're excluded from those countries' laws.
Yo, about
So I was-
Trump though, real quick, Trump doing this DC, in whatever, he's bringing all the military and shutting things down.
Oh, new stuff.
Don't let me forget this. This was important. Hold on. Oh man, I'm gonna forget what I was gonna say. All right.
Come on, Trump bringing all
I'm
the stuff
standing
into
by.
DC. Come on, National Guard. Come on.
Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you, DK. I'm a little nervous, but anyway, check this out. Very interesting. He wants to clean up DC, right? DC's filthy. That's the idea. We got to clean DC now. It has nothing to do with Epstein or anything like that. Did you guys know? And this was not new. All right, let's put it like this. You know how they've been making cannabis legal in a lot of the states. In my state of New Jersey, it happened, I think, 3 years ago. It just happened 2 weeks ago in Delaware. Not medical cannabis, but just for fun, whatever, consumption. New York, another state. Pennsylvania hasn't done it. So some states have done it, some haven't. It is relatively new, like after COVID. Did you guys know that since 15, maybe 20 years, marijuana has been decriminalized in DC, in the District of Columbia? Check this out. I remember this was like 15, maybe 20 years ago. I couldn't believe you could have 49 grams in different bags. I could have 49 pillowcase grams in 49 different bags in my right pocket, okay? And $490 in paper money in my left pocket, and I'm good to go. I'm good to go.
It honestly seems like they've decriminalized cocaine as well. All you have to say is if you find cocaine in the White House, just say it was Hunter Biden's, because he's a recovering drug addict. No one gets charged.
Right.
Nothing gets looked into. Just blame it on someone who was already a recovering drug addict, and then they can just say he relapsed. No one proved it was his.
I'm a recovering drug addict.
But no one proved it was his. It's just say it's his, and then everyone else can't get away with anything.
Correction. Yeah.
Holy
Hunter's
crap.
not charged with that, but the J6ers, even though they didn't do anything, were charged with
no, cocaine's fine, especially in the White House, especially in the Capitol building. Cocaine's fine. Don't worry about that. Worry about the guys with red hats.
I mean,
It's Magnolia.
Abad Luvovich.
I've said this before. I mean, how many bathrooms have you not found cocaine in? Shit. Like, come on, dude. What?
I'm in New Zealand.
But
that
I mean,
doesn't really make it here.
What makes the White House different?
Methamphetamine everywhere. That pee stuff.
I agree with
everywhere here.
Roger. I mean, why do people use the toilet? Not just to pee and do the other thing. I mean, there's other, makeup, and sure, that's a big one. That's probably the 10%, 7% of why people use the restroom.
And where are they not allowed to put cameras?
Not in the bathroom.
Bathrooms.
No.
Right, there you go.
I mean, you go on certain channels, dude. They show freaking cameras in toilets and dressing rooms.
I know, but that's actually illegal. I think they're allowed to show the basins, but they're not actually allowed to show in the cubicles or something. I don't know. There might be some little loophole in different states or something.
That's actually been a controversy on its own. Because people are actually trying to enforce that, trying to make it to where they can video decapitate people while they're in dressing rooms and stuff for security purposes.
They want the video and record us forever in every second of our lives for security and safety. Those who give up freedom for security deserve neither. Benjamin Franklin, I believe.
And
Yeah, I think so.
I do want to say thank you, MC Dirty Work, tonight for all the stuff you said, because it took balls, and somebody needs to start saying that shit about freaking Trump and Epstein and stuff, because that shit pissed me off. I'm sorry, but it did.
Yeah, well, he's a pedo protector, and it's now time for everybody to make a choice. You can roll with your pedo protector, or you can, you know what I mean? It's the left or right. There's no
He's
third.
not. There's
did
another
I
school
mention
of
this?
thought that there's not like that. He's not that. He wants it to come out.
Did I mention this
At this
on
point,
one of
I'm
the
gonna
other
do
after
what
shows?
hang
on a sec, man.
Meet the Press used to do. The guy that they killed when he was 49 years old, Tim Russert. And I'll just, go ahead and let I've said my rebuttal. And then what Tim Russert would do is he would just let the person that's on there kind of dig their own hole, really. But anyway, that's what I'm going to defer to.
Have I mentioned this on one of the after shows here before or not? What if, as MC was saying earlier, it was actually a psyop for Trump to try and distance himself from him, when this whole time he has actually been involved in the blackmail himself? I've said this on a few different places. Not sure if I've said it here before or not. But I've mentioned this a few times, eh?
It's not like people that like Ryan Dawson haven't done this either. Like, I know you've mentioned it, but you don't got 100,000 people following you like Ryan
Exactly.
Dawson,
yeah.
or 1 million following you, like Sean Atwood does, who has Ryan Dawson on almost daily for the last 2 months. And I'm not saying Ryan Dawson's the one be all know all in terms of Epstein, but he's pretty good. He knows his stuff, and so does Atwood for that matter.
Well, Trump would never be in the position he is if he weren't squeaky clean, and if he weren't already.
He's a pedo protector.
He's not a pedo protector. He's the leading the charge to get them. But you'll see what it was a psyop to
I've
get
been here.
them.
You'll
I
see for
think
about 9 or 10 years.
this is what I
waiting
think
to
and
see.
feel.
I'm seeing
if
him
that
lock down
was
the whole city
really
on a false flag
the
that didn't
thing
even happen
about
'cause he's
Trump.
so shook.
This is just my observation. All right.
That's what I've
If that was
seen.
really happened about Trump and that, it would have came out the very, very, very first time he became president.
Because they're all
him
exposing
at all.
themselves as well. They couldn't use it against Trump, or it would have exposed him as well.
Yeah, I know.
But anyway,
And see, hold on. Let me add to that.
Hang on for a
Hold on.
sec,
No,
hang on for a
wait.
sec.
He made a good point up.
Bobby has
Hold
just
up.
said he's taking off at the half
No.
hour. So maybe we let him speak a little bit before he takes off.
Wait a minute. Now that's the one thing I gotta agree with what you said there is, okay, a lot of people are making this claim about him them finding it out. You're thinking on political party levels, okay? Now,
right? Don't
every single person who frickin' is on those lists are frickin' both political parties. So
they're all uni-party.
They would have never.
Those political parties were designed to have us screwed up.
They would have never indicated Trump in any of that, because if they did, like you guys said, they would have implicated themselves.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I said. And
That's why they tried to throw the Obamas under the bus before this DC move. If we would have fell for that or whatever, if we would have went for that and been distracted enough, that would have been cool. But we didn't do that. We said, "Nah, we ain't with that." So now they're literally, doing what they're doing in DC. This is that move.
No, but it's because they're getting ready to do the big arrest.
When we do elections and that of any kind, you always pick the lesser of two evils. All right.
Hey,
always.
I quit this year. This election. This election.
Then it'll be the big arrest, but we're not allowed to know about the big arrest, and I just don't go down that road.
No,
can we
seriously,
live?
that
Can we
was
live?
the reason why they're having. If you check the Law of War manual, we hit 11.3. That is go time. That is the green light. It's all planned. It's supposed to be happening. It's
Why?
not
Why 11.3? Why not the first time he came?
11.3. It's part of the Law
You
of War
know,
manual.
why not
Go check
last
the
year?
Law of War manual. No,
Okay,
because
How
they
come
had.
Q does that? I mean, not for nothing, but I haven't heard anything about Q in like a year other than this. I mean, even Q members are like, yeah, I was kind
No,
of down with Q. It's 2025. I don't know where
yes,
else I
but
can go with that.
it's part of the fifth
Can we-
generation
hey,
warfare.
Can we let
So-
Wobbly have a say? Because he's leaving in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, as do I actually.
Jeez. Someone says they're leaving, maybe let them say something.
All right, go ahead, Bobby.
You gotta go too. Oh my, please don't.
No, look who we're going to be left with.
Well, I'll hang
Me,
around.
Roger, and
Nope.
MC.
You better,
It's going
you better,
sideways.
you better start chatting up Sonya real quick there, DJ.
Where is she? Sonia,
I
get
don't
off
know.
kick and get on here.
Probably.
Yes, sir.
Did you have something to say?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. The after
Ah.
shows here can get kind of wild and uncontained. Nancy's
What's a
show
left-right
tonight was
paradigm? At the
really
end of the day,
kind of
it's
heated
not
compared to normal
paradigm.
what she does. All right.
I-
We don't it doesn't normally get as heated as it did tonight. Well, there are times it does, but most of the time it doesn't.
Well, it's a
But
serious topic, to be honest.
Yes, it
This is,
sure is.
I mean, this is probably one of the most serious topics we've ever had because it changed people's outlooks on Donald Trump, even people who supported me being one of them. You know what I mean? When he did what he did, he pretty much told everybody who suspected him of being a part of it that he was a part of it. Okay, that was verification.
People still talking about
Yeah,
Epstein?
but he came out and said release it all.
Well,
He
now-
ran on it. That's the
now-
problem.
No,
He
now
ran on
he
it,
said
and
just
now
a
it's
couple of weeks
backpedaling.
ago, release it all.
right, and this is after he sat and called like 3/4 of his constituents bunch of idiots for believing in the Epstein thing. in the first
Personally, I
place,
think he's
After
right.
running on it.
you know.
Yeah.
Personally, I think he's right.
And that's all. I'm not upset or nothing. I give the hard truth. I give the hard truth. I don't know.
You asked me to say something. Okay, I'm
That's
going to
fine.
say it. I believe that all of this hype about the Epstein crap is just crap.
Yep.
All you guys are wanting to do is you're sitting there foaming at the mouth because you want to know every little detail about something that really doesn't matter.
Oh, you're so wrong. See,
Oh,
what this
I might
actually,
be wrong. Okay.
what does actually
I'll
equate,
take the
what this
slings and
equates
arrows,
to?
but I tell you what, right now, I really don't give a shit about it because I live in a state where literally the state government is trying to steal everybody's property, overtax them to the point where there's not going to be anything left.
Oh, so you live
So
on this
Epstein-
planet,
so-
okay?
Hold on. DK, let him
Epstein is
talk.
a problem that does not matter to me. I'm watching
The
crap
fact that they have
just like
535
Nancy was
members
saying,
in Congress,
please,
Ismail,
please, you
that might have
asked me
something
to
to do with
say
your
something.
problem, man.
I'm going to say it. I'm watching, just like she said, I'm watching threads going on all over the world. I'm watching military assets being moved around, troop deployments being moved now. There's a lot of shit that's about ready to happen, and you guys are sitting here going, oh, I want to watch every little porn moment I can about the Epstein shit.
Nah, brother, it's not that, Captain. There's no porn, brother man.
It's not. This is very serious issues that people who don't want.
We're
freaking
talking
look
about
at.
state-sponsored blackmail. You know what I mean? The same people
But
that are
you
taking
can't
money
prove
that you were
any of
just
that.
bitching
All
about.
it is conspiracy.
No, you-
No,
and
it's not,
and
man.
Internet
Hey,
for
Make it
you.
hang on a
homework.
sec.
Find
Give me the
Outward
definition
declaration.
of
Conspiracy.
conspiracy.
Okay,
No, stop, stop.
okay, guys,
Stop,
Live in
guys.
fantasy land
Give
forever.
me
Calm
the
down,
definition
calm
of
down.
a
Make it your homework for
conspiracy.
the night, or don't.
I mean,
Alright,
conspiracy.
give me the
Seriously.
definition of a conspiracy, and then tell me what I've ever been wrong about. What is the definition of a conspiracy?
You know.
It used to be two
theory by
people
a
breathing
deluded
together,
mind.
plotting a crime, but now
As
you
far
don't even
as
have to
I
be
can
breathing
tell.
together.
Yeah.
It's two. Yeah, no, it's two people or more plotting an illegal
Breathing together,
activity.
plotting a crime.
No,
But now you
no,
could be doing it
plotting
online.
an illegal activity. That's what
Right, crime,
conspiracy
illegal
actually
activity.
is.
I wasn't wrong.
Well, I mean, nobody ever looks at Robert Maxwell either. Like, nobody.
Yeah, they do.
No, I mean, people like who Wobbly's
Fell
referring
off his
to,
boat naked.
who believe that all this narrative that's being fed to them is completely true. Well, Robert.
But what's problem is they streamlined Robert Maxwell with somebody like there was Epstein's before Epstein. There'll be Epstein's after Epstein. But
You know,
they
the guy
did
doesn't live in my
streamlined
neighborhood, doesn't live in my
blackmailing
state,
of
doesn't
our
live in my
congressmen
city, my
and with-
town. I don't
Okay.
give a shit.
and the
Hang on,
donor
hang on.
class more
I
importantly.
hang on a second, see? All right. So here's how it actually affects you. Mr. Wobbly is who I'm talking to right now. Here's how this actually affects you. You're saying it doesn't affect you because of the state that you live in and the neighborhood you live in. Every single thing that you buy, these people who own those companies that produce the shit you buy and own the stores that you're buying the shit from are all blackmailed and controlled to make you poor, broke, and
Prove
sick.
it.
That's why
Prove
some
it.
shit needs
I
to
keep
come
trying to
out.
send you to
See,
places
what do
like
you
Ryan
mean, prove
Gosling,
it?
but
I
you won't
can
listen.
prove it, dude. I
Christ,
can
no,
actually
I keep trying
100%
to
prove
send him
it.
to places
Swear,
and give him
Dreagus.
links, but he doesn't want links.
Yeah,
It says he
telling
doesn't
you.
give a shit.
Olga, you're
So
gonna
don't tell us to
provide
prove it and then
links.
No,
spill
I
the
can
beans and
100%
you don't give a shit.
prove
Google
it.
You have both
Okay,
You
the
have-
same corporation you're
Okay,
talking about
guys.
is
You
where
have
you're gonna
no
get your
idea how much
information.
information
Hold
I
on,
have saved.
hold
I
on,
can't
guys.
prove
Hey,
it.
hold on,
He says he
hold
don't
on.
give a shit.
Hey.
Talking to monkeys.
Hey, we can't.
Prove it, I don't give a
it's
shit.
so
Prove it, I
garbled
don't
that
give
you
a
can't
shit.
hear who's talking. Come on now.
Now, if you want proof, all you gotta do is get an app off the internet, and it'll show you how many pedophiles live in your neighborhood, Mr. Wobbly. That's how it affects
You go to
you.
I don't even need the app. I know where to go to look for pedophiles.
ANCreport.com.
But
we're not
but it
talking
it
about
it
that.
it
We're
aff-
talking about a conspiracy.
There's two
against the
kinds of
president.
facts: the kind you look up and the kind you make up, brother.
Listen to this shit. It's like talking to
Make it
monkeys.
your
I
homework
swear
for
to God.
tonight. Make
You're
it up like
so
you're trying to
busy
debunk
flapping
it.
your
Do it that
lips
way if you
that
want
you
to.
don't listen. That's the problem with it.
No, I
That's the
listened
problem
to you
with
earlier,
You
brother.
probably weren't
Porno and
slapped
such.
against your
Okay,
head
Conspiracy
when
theory.
calm
Right,
down,
right, I hear
everybody.
you don't give a shit about nobody that don't live in your
I'm
state.
not yelling.
Well, I've been listening to you all night. I'm with you. I'm with you with that. But I remember what you said.
I've
Yeah.
listened to you spew your crap all night long, and I stayed
It's my
silent.
crap. It's not
It
my
is
crap. Trust me.
crap.
Nobody gives a shit about me. They're not shutting down
Serious?
DC over little old dirty work.
It's crap.
I'm not
crap.
on
It's
ABC.
just crap. I'm
I'm not on
sorry.
NBC.
I
I'm
deal in
not-
reality.
I'm not
guys,
paying
man.
Bondi
I'm
sitting
too
there
fucking
saying,
old.
I've got
you
the
don't
list
deal
on my
in
desk.
reality. You deal.
Sorry,
I'm
You
not
deal
paying
in
Bondi saying
mainstream
I've got a list
media.
on my desk. You know
Normie.
what I mean?
I'm too old to
These are the
deal in
people making your
conspiracy.
president shit his pants, not me, man.
Just to be
It's
fair,
funky.
I do try to stay away from
funky.
conspiracy, okay, when it comes to a lot of the political narratives and stuff, because I do understand that a lot of politics likes to manipulate what you consider conspiracy as, and they do that in order to push their narratives. So I try to stay away from shit like Alex Jones. I think he's a hack. I think
Yeah.
I don't believe,
And Stu Peters is fully
fully
a hack as well now.
no.
I actually used to like the guy.
I,
Nah.
You see, now when it comes
At
to
least he throws his money towards some stuff that's okay now and again, Stu Peters. I'll give him that.
But
Nah, I'm over it, man.
But when it comes to political narratives, I really don't condone listening to somebody take a conspiracy and then use it for political means. That goes back to what I'm doing now in my other show, where I'm actually talking about political history. Now, you want to talk about facts and everything. Let's get rid of this bullshit that you're hearing from Trump and from freaking mainstream media. Okay, what this goes back to is ethno-nationalism. This goes back to freaking realists and what they want. They want to create a cold, methodical, freaking mechanical government of statecraft, and they don't care about your belief systems or anything like that, okay? And then you have these jackasses who think that freaking the government should be ran because of ethno-nationalism, you know what I mean? When you hear Donald Trump speaking about this great nation and how we've lost our ethnic freaking purity somehow, you know what I mean? Because that's all ethno-European shit, okay? Nationalist. That's what caused World War I and World War II, and because of this political narrative, freaking, it's pushing us into another freaking war, but people don't understand they're repeating the past.
That's not what started either of the wars.
Yes, it is.
No, this is the after show, so I'm gonna say it. What started both of the world wars were the Jews.
Yeah.
Both times.
Okay. Yeah. See, always let's blame it on the Jews.
The Khazarians.
Tell me I'm wrong. Prove me wrong instead of just saying you don't like someone saying it. Prove me wrong.
Well, let's talk about.
Saying you don't like hearing the truth.
Let's talk about the pogroms. Let's talk about the pogroms. Let's see what that was all about. That was ethno-nationalism, where they thought that freaking these Jews and these gypsies and every other ethnic minority was not a part of the nation, and they were hunted down, murdered, and killed. And then freaking all of a sudden,
there's a reason, though.
No, the reason was because they were evil bastards that wanted to kill people that weren't like them.
No, the reason is the Jews were evil bastards that killed people, stole people's identities, and then tried to trade as other people.
this is where
started realizing they were trying to infiltrate and pretend to be someone else, and they got sick of it.
People
try looking at some real history instead of your mainstream media narrative.
Are you familiar? Who on this panel is familiar with David Irving? I don't know anybody. Are you, DK? Do you know David Irving is the English author? Roger, are you familiar with David Irving?
Yeah, I'm
author.
Mm-hmm. Kind of aware.
All right, I dig it. So you're like familiar with his work or whatever. All right, no, that's more than enough. You know what I mean? If you've heard the name. But all I could say is I learned a lot of stuff from David Irving, the British author, who usually you don't make a lot of money being an author, but he did in the 60s, and he had it all. I mean, fame. Every time a book came out, it was on the front page of every newspaper in the world. And then he wrote a book. I'm pretty sure it was when he wrote a book called Hitler's War. And it basically, I don't know, it looked at a whole nother side of World War II that hadn't been looked at yet. It was the first, he wrote a book about Dresden as well. The world hadn't heard about Dresden, which was bombed. There was no weaponry there. There's no real reason to bomb it. They just, whatever. There was so many dead people. They had to take them and pile them by the 20,000s or so and throw diesel fuel on them. But, anyway, yeah, David Irving. I play his stuff on the deprogram quite often. And he's real good. I tell you what, he moved to Germany so he would have his German absolutely down. He went and worked at a foundry, like that hardcore freaking work, for 5 years, where you go work for 12 hours and then you go sleep in a bunk where some other dude rolls out, and then he goes and works for 12 hours. You sleep and then go do what you want to do and work again. And
that's the
they let him
typical
in.
thing
They
they're
trusted
planning
him
for our futures. shared
Like in the
accommodation
60s,
where
they didn't
you
want to talk to
basically
no
just go
Westerners writing
sleep.
books.
Right.
Yeah, you just go sleep in a cubicle. You get up and you go to work, and someone from night shift comes home and sleeps in that cubicle.
Now, see,
There
with,
is no any house that is yours where you store your possessions because you know it's a shared location.
now you see, those are interesting. That's an interesting stuff that you're bringing up right there. But what I'm finding more really terrifying in today's world is like a lot of people are incorporating a lot of the teachings that were introduced with the protocols of the elders of Zion. Okay, now when you hear a lot of this shit, you got to realize that's what they're incorporating, and that right there is just a load of shit. That
No, it's not, bro.
it's a load of shit.
No, it's not. See, everything that they've said in the past, especially shit you've been told in science fiction.
Dude, they were
Everything that they've
teaching
said is
Nazi
things they're
students that
doing.
shit in 5th grade.
No,
Okay.
everything is things they're already doing.
Okay.
Every single thing you have read in a science fiction book, the books they like, those are the things they're trying to do.
Do you think that
If you
elders
look
of
at
Zion
1984.
Yeah, see, they hold that as value above freaking what actually took place, because they believed that this Nazi propaganda that was being pushed was real, and that everything that we've learned since then isn't real. Okay, so we need to.
I agree with you
believe
on
it is
that.
real,
Yeah,
the
I
elders of
fully
Zion.
agree with you on that. Yeah, they push it like the fake is real and the real is fake. Whenever, who was it that said it in America? I believe it was a CIA, like ex-head of the CIA or something. When everyone in America believes the lie, we'll know we've achieved our goals. I know that's not verbatim, but it's something very close to that.
Yeah, it sounds familiar actually. I just don't know it off the top of my head. But
yeah, me either. That's why I said it's not verbatim, but it's close to that.
So,
but that is actually a quote from an ex-head CIA operative.
But see, my whole point of view is we're repeating that shit now. That's what's actually taking place in our world today. Okay, all of that stuff we've just discussed about historical events is taking place today, and if people aren't watching and they aren't paying attention, they're going to get screwed.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, when we're
Western,
40 trillion
all
in the
Western
hole.
nations are turning into Weimar republics right now. But instead of the Jews doing it themselves, and I know I shouldn't keep saying the Jews, but instead of the Jews
Kazarian
pushing
Mafia, all right? Just
all right,
Kazarian Mafia.
all right, we'll go with KM, Kazarian Mafia. Instead of the Kazarian Mafia pushing it and doing it themselves, they're now using Muslims to flood our countries first. Because they realized they couldn't do it alone. When they tried to do it by themselves, they got thrown out of every country they tried to do it in. So now they're trying to use a different group to try and achieve their goals.
Look at Sweden over the last 13, 14 years.
Yeah, turned from the best country in the world
That's like
to the
their,
rape capital
model
of
for
the
the
world.
world.
Yep.
And their model
Serious.
for the world, Sweden, over the last
Yep.
15 years.
Is now the rape capital of the world.
And Denmark. Denmark, they used to draw little hearts around their stop signs just because. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I thought that was kind of cool. Not nowadays. Not that I see.
Dude, everything's all over the place. And everyone's been lied to about everything. So most people just pick which lie they like the most and latch onto it. Not enough people actually spend time trying to debunk everything that we've been told. See, I'm a conspiracy investigator. I'm not a theorist.
If you want to,
that's how I started with the 9/11 research, trying to debunk it. I said, how could these guys who are so sane on any other given day be so insane today? Which they obviously are. The architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. So I made it an investigation to see how could they be so effing insane today. And the more I, looked into it, the more I realized, well, maybe they're not as insane as I thought.
Mm-hmm. And if you guys want to
yeah.
know a lot about this stuff, man, I'll tell you a book that'll blow your mind, and it's not even political. It's actually a freaking it's actually I guess you could say a post-apocalyptic story, but it's called Metro 2033. It was probably one of the most amazing books I've ever read because it talks about the Moscow actually after it was bombed by the nuclear bomb, and the residents of Moscow had to move down into the metro underneath the city, and they actually.
What's the book about?
This
is a fiction or nonfiction?
Yeah, it's a fiction. It's a fiction book, but the story.
Never read a fiction book.
It's mind blowing because it gives you the aspects of like. They broke up into factions. You had the Reds, which was communists, and then you had the Nazis, which was down there too. But see, things had gotten so screwed up and misplaced in their history, they forgot what Nazis were. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't understand.
I think everyone has.
But they didn't.
I think everyone's forgotten what Nazis are.
You
know what Nazis are?
They didn't understand.
Nazi.
But listen. Hey, hold up. They did not.
History that has the word Nazi
Let
in
me
it
finish.
is Ashkenazi.
Let me finish, and then you can.
Ashkenazi, the Khazarian mafia, labeled Germany as Nazis.
I'm
Bro,
trying.
the only time the word Nazi had ever been used was for Ashkenazi.
I'm trying to finish what the story is. Hold on.
How do Germans tie their shoes? In little Nazis.
Now, the whole.
I'm going to offer a book. I'm going to try and read if you want, and I think it explains something without also being political, although it does dive into some of the history. The history of the Krupp family.
Oh yeah. I actually do agree with you about that. If you could learn anything about the Krupp family, that would educate you a lot when it comes to that kind of stuff, because Krupps actually is a big part of my whole political history story when it comes to Germany. I don't think frickin' World War I or World War II was an accident, for one thing, and I don't believe there are two separate wars. One was a continuation of the other one. It was unfinished business, you know. So
the Krupp family. Roger, if you probably know something about them, but they basically industrialized Europe,
Yep.
and they became like the favorite family of several kings or whatever you want to call them, right? And they, like I said, they financed World War I. They were the ones that paid for it. But when Europe broke them up and they no longer had this gigantic hold on steel production and rail production and all the other things, and they developed the howitzer, the breech-loaded howitzer.
Mm-hmm.
A long history in that family. And if you actually read it, I think maybe you're going to get a little bit past the reasons why the nationalist movement developed in Germany.
Oh, so you're just talking about the military-industrial complex.
No, I'm talking about the whole country, the people, everybody in it, how they were all wrapped up in this. There was a valley called the Valley.
You know why they're all wrapped up in it?
Because
what happened before was Weimar Germany, and everyone wanted to fix it.
And they became so wealthy, and the production that was coming out of that dwarfed everything that was going on in the neighboring countries. So when the economy dropped out because of bad banking procedures, then suddenly the Nationalist Party came up, and who did they go after? The only people that had money.
Okay. Bro,
now hold up.
The Jews actually declared war on Germany in 1933.
Now
publicly in papers across
Dreagus,
America.
My friend.
The Jews declared war
No, I
in
mean-
1933 against Germany.
Because
They
I
proved
feel
me
like
wrong.
I've got
I'm
an
sick of
intellectual
everyone
equal-
saying
No, hold on.
mainstream
But-
media bullshit.
Mr. Robbie.
Prove me
DK,
wrong about
DK,
anything.
DK, come on,
Crying
dude.
out
Seriously.
loud.
I really can't. I can't deal with monkeys.
Dude, you are the only monkey
Oh
here.
my
Prove me
God.
wrong about anything I've said, and I will admit that I'm wrong,
Vegas,
and I'll accept
Man.
something new. Prove me wrong about anything I've said. You are the one repeating mainstream media narratives that have been handed to everyone for decades.
I'm still
he was
trying
going
to.
to leave like he was going to leave quarter of an hour ago anyway.
I'm still trying to figure out where this declaration on the Germans came from, because I know they claim that.
Yeah, go look up
I know
American papers.
I know they
in
claim that the Jews
1933.
betrayed them, but I found absolutely no freaking physical
Really?
evidence whatsoever
I found shitloads, bro.
that says that.
Heaps. I found
Well, we got
so
about
much
15 more
evidence, it's
minutes
not
of
funny.
this, guys, and when it's done, I'm going to take and close shop for the night. I'm going to start looking for someone to take and host out to. MC, DK, or you? I know
hey,
you're
MC,
restreaming.
Hey, MC, do you want to jump on Telegram? Hey, do you want to jump on Telegram?
I just wanted to tell Roger
and we
something
can
real quick.
carry on after. No, and we can carry on after this.
Okay.
Do you want to jump on and we can carry on?
I'm gonna look for him, Roger, but I'll send you a couple links to I mean, you know, watch them at your own leisure or whatever. But I'll send you a couple links. One will be of a video that is David Irving telling his life story, basically his life story, a bit about him and what his true beliefs are, because a lot of people don't know or whatever. So in his own words, what his true beliefs are about World War II, why it started, what happened, why we should learn from it so it doesn't happen again, etc. And like a couple book tours he was on where he spoke about Churchill and stuff. I think you find it real interesting, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great, man. It's real awesome stuff, man. If you're into World War II.
Drop the links in
stuff.
here as well in this group chat.
I gotta find him. Yeah, I
When you
gotta
do get
find
a
him. I
chance.
won't have him till like tomorrow, dude. But I'll
fine.
figure
Whenever
it out.
you get a chance.
Cool.
And just so if Mr. Wobbly is listening, I did enjoy what he had to say. It was a good conversation, and
Yeah, I got no beef against anybody on the panel. Just to say that, you know, just wanted to put that out there. You know, it's I like getting a good conversation, and I mean, you know, if I offended anybody, I apologize. That wasn't my intention. You know,
and DK's
I
always a wild
definitely
man.
offended people.
DK
That
just
wasn't
doesn't
my
care if he
intention.
offends people. But anyway,
Yeah.
there we go.
He's a wild man.
But
Captain,
the thing
I
is,
call him
That's
Captain
why you
Caveman.
guys want a short
He's
lead.
Captain
I don't have
Caveman.
Any personal problem with
You-
Wobbly at all.
You
It's
guys,
like I'd rather talk to people who
you guys ever watch
think
Captain
completely
Caveman?
different than be in an echo chamber where everyone says exactly the same thing and agrees.
He does. He
If
reminds
everyone
me of
agrees,
Captain
it's like,
Caveman.
what is the point in saying anything?
Say it,
You need to actually be able to talk to people who have those
dude.
different ideas.
Do me a favor. Scream Captain Caveman real quick. Just do it.
Fuck you.
Dude, I swear, if you said it once, you would sound like Captain Caveman on
Hey,
the
you're lucky it's
cartoons.
the after show, asshole.
I'm serious. Like, I to this, ever since I first started listening to you, I was like, dude, he sounds like freaking Captain Caveman, dude. I've always held by
Wait,
that.
do you want to know what's really funny? Holy shit. Some thing on Twitter, like on X, has really tried to screw me over. Apparently there's an IQ checker thing that you can use on X, and it says my IQ is 63 and I'm a retard.
Oh my god.
I'm not kidding you.
Is this the test? The test
I
you
didn't
took
take
on
a
there?
test on X.
Well, thanks,
Only
thanks,
place
DK.
Dude,
Thanks,
the last
DK. I
test
think you
took,
ran
I
wobbly
was
off.
trying- hey,
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
what was that?
I said thanks. I think you ran wobbly off, and and Vicky too.
Oh well, lucky it's just the after show. That's why I'm not allowed on the radio shows.
when I couldn't get a hold of Nancy right away, and I added you in, I think she saw that you were already live and just said, "Nah, I had enough of that. I got a headache picking up."
Hey, it's all right. To be honest,
But she
I
did.
actually
She
really
did 3
like
hours.
talking
She
with
did
Nancy.
3 hours for me tonight, and I really appreciate her. Really,
Yeah, I was gonna
hey,
say, I
thanks,
was
guys.
listening
I
all evening.
appreciate
How
all
about
of
it?
you. I appreciate everybody out there, all the folks out there on Kick, D Live, and all the other platforms that are still up, and even the ones that I've taken down earlier. So
Yeah, I know it sucks talking that long. She really killed it.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
man.
she is a trooper and through. And Roger's going to be coming up in Dreagus Productions here real soon. He's going to be the new fill-in guy. I'm going to, have him start getting him ready and getting him set up for Cafe Enigma. And Roger, I need you to get a hold of me probably sometime tomorrow or Friday, and we'll start getting that together so that we can start that show back up.
So let's
All right?
let's be clear on this. I'm gonna be the dude filling shit up
Yes, you
up
will.
here and there.
Yes, you will. And you'll have to
Put
come. You'll have
water
to come
here,
up with.
put ice cream there, soda
No,
here. Okay.
Roger's actually funny. I actually
all
really
right, but
like Roger.
we will need to. I'll talk to you all about format
Sounds
and
good. Sounds good.
and all that with when we take and do our little meet and greet
All right.
about that.
We can do that.
But yeah, I'm gonna take and probably end this a little early because
I'm a dick.
my computer is just bogging down really bad right now. I'm trying to edit while we're still streaming, and that usually don't go as bad as it's going right now. So I'm not even on a mix down yet for the first show.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even halfway through the mix down on the first show, so I should be already done and almost working on the video portion of the first show right now. But I'm behind. So, but I started out behind tonight about 2 minutes. So, yeah, it serves me right. So let me take a look around and Kick to see who's out there.
Do me a favor
to-
too. Do me a favor. When you talk to Censorship Sucks, tell him that dude that he had on there tonight as a guest, he is freaking excellent. He should have him on there more.
Well, we try to get him on more often, but he travels a lot because of human events, and he actually does. Brent Hamachek was on tonight with Censorship Sucks, and he is the vice president, executive assistant, or producer or something of human events, and he also does common core or something like that, where they go around to schools and teach people and teach kids how to debate whether it's it's not a black and white thing, but and when there are like big issues in that, how to resolve them in a civil way. All right. And they do all sorts of they go to high schools, they go to colleges to do that. It's really cool.
Good stuff.
Yeah, look up his book. I'll send you when I get done with this. I'll send you the cover of his book so you guys can look it up. It's a really good book, and like John said, if he's from Censorship Sucks. It's not a book that you just read. It's a book you read while you take notes. It's really cool.
All right. I'll check it out.
Okay. So let me.
I do have to say tonight was probably one of the most intense shows I've seen. I mean, all of it, from Censorship Sucks all the way up to this one right here, is probably the most intense ones you've put out, to be honest.
Well,
Yeah.
we did get rowdy tonight.
Yeah.
I know, I'm serious. Yeah, no, I actually fully agree. So yeah, people were actually
And,
really getting into
that-
topics tonight.
Mhm.
it's good that when we do that, and we're the whole goal of it is, even if we have opposing points, when we're done, we walk away
And we
friends.
kiss. We kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
still
see,
good,
I've got
you
no
know?
problem with anyone here whatsoever. I could
DK's.
talk to
That's
any one
very
of them
important.
again.
Real quick,
It's,
I just
it-
want to
it's a
take
very
7
important
seconds.
part of this whole thing, and all my shows, not just this
This
last
is totally part of their plan to separate us and to get us to dog each other, our brothers. My brother, I hardly talk to him. I used to live with him. They want us to just hate one another, and for us to have different points of view on different subjects, and to be able to not hate each other is it's paramount today. Forget about it. I mean, if we're going to survive, that's going to be number one, I think. So yeah, that's very important what Roger said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And DK's.
I've decided who we're going to host out to over on Kick. It's going to be Nikki Tude, if everybody out there is listening, and that and let me set up MC or DK. Are you already switched over?
Yeah, I'm ready. I've got something else set up as soon as you cut out. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into Megalodon stuff.
Megalodon stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really
I
interesting
don't-
last night, and I had a lot of fun with that.
Okay,
That was
I don't want to hear
I
no
loved
more.
that. I wish I could have stayed up a little longer for that.
See, I get caught up in your guys' crazy freaking universe. And next thing you know, I'm going to go to DK's channel and see a bunch of weird shit that's going to keep me occupied all night. And I'm not going to get nothing done, dude.
That's right.
So no, I'm not doing it
Welcome to
again.
my world.
I'm not doing it
Right,
again.
folks. All
I
right,
get caught
folks.
up in the stuff I'm playing myself because half of it
I
haven't watched
we're
before.
getting ready to host out right now. All right, let me get
All
the,
right, it's been
the host
real.
out,
Thanks for
the
having
host
me,
out
fellas.
banner. I'll stick here until we take in.
Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please stop by Dreagus Productions. You can find him on Kick. You can also find him on YouTube, DLive, and on Rumble as Dreagus Productions. If you guys enjoyed, please stop by, like their channel, subscribe, share, make comments. If you want to, you can do that on my channels as well, which is on both Rumble as well as on YouTube. On YouTube, it's the wonderful World of Weirdness is on YouTube as well as on Rumble, but I'm also streaming this on Live with Roger Hanson, so you guys can check me out there on Rumble if you want to keep watching this on a weekly basis. But besides that, you can find me at Kick and at DLive as Roger_Hanson. And usually I'm streaming this as well on Twitch as Infamous 1969. So you can find me there too. With that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you have a good night. And I'm going to go ahead and end this. Thanks for watching, guys.